Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Starting the show 30 seconds early today. So for anybody who suggests that I never give you anything extra here on the show, I think we've proven otherwise. Anyway, what's going on? I'm Alan. Thanks for showing up. If you did. If you did not, well, I don't know what to tell you. You missed out on 30 extra seconds. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of The Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Very exciting. A Tuesday. To keep reminding myself. We're out yesterday. Tuesday. Today. If you'd like to join us, we would love to have you. Well, I assume... Yeah. You know, I've glass half full. I'm going to go with glass half full. 216-578-1007 if you want to call us live. 800-348-1007. Got a lot of messages on the after hours line, so we'll go through some of those during the course of the show today. If you want to send me a text, 35192, number to do that. And blah, blah, blah. I got stung by a wasp this weekend. It's pretty wild.
Hurts.
Boy, it did hurt.
Yeah.
I have not been stung by anything.
I never knew that getting stung by things hurt.
Yeah.
Well, but I haven't gotten stung by something since I was probably in elementary school. I haven't been stung in a long, long time. At first, I didn't even know what was going on. Usually, when I was mowing the lawn over the weekend, and when I do that, usually I'm wearing like work pants because we've got some thorny things, and you know, your lawnmower can kick things up. So from the jump, wasn't being too bright. I'm out there in shorts and like flip-flops mowing the lawn, right? And so I initially thought that maybe something had flung up onto my leg, and I go, oh, God. I look down, there's this wasp dug into me. And then I try to flick it away, and it won't flick, and it just gets in me. And I was like, oh, this sucks. And then there's kind of like that. I was like, whoa, ow, ooh. Hey, that doesn't feel good.
It's hot.
What's going on? And then I look over, and there's like 2 or 3 of them over there. So I don't know if I stumbled into some little wasp tryst or what, but yeah, it was no fun.
You swell up or anything? Or like...
Well, like immediately, kind of, you get that little thing. Now it just itches.
Yeah.
But I was like, wow, I've been pretty lucky. I haven't
you're
been.
not allergic.
Well, that too, because my daughter was all freaked out. I go, no, I'm not allergic to anything. You know, it's
Yeah.
fine. You know, she and my wife, if we're in the backyard for more than 5 minutes, the two of them are covered in like bites and things like that. I don't have anything like that. So I'm like, I've been very, very fortunate. It never had occurred to me.
Yeah.
I haven't been stung by anything in a long, long time.
Don't
so
you have to be?
I guess I had it coming.
Don't you have to be stung by something to know you're allergic to it? Because like I think my mom said you have to be stung by something twice. Like the first time, it's just like injected into you, and it just like lays dormant for a while until you get stung again. And then the next time, that's like when you have a big allergic reaction.
I have no clue. I would defer to her. I don't have any allergies, so I don't know.
I feel like that would be I would just...
Maybe. I mean, I would assume that you have to be stung to know you're allergic.
Yeah.
I mean, how else would you know? It's like you don't know you're allergic to
allergy,
shellfish
yes.
until you
You
blow
eat
up eating a crab.
That would be like
Hey,
the
can
worst
you give
way
me
to
a
find out.
tracheotomy with an EpiPen? Yeah, but if that's the only way to find out, then,
No,
you know.
but you're on vacation, you want to have a couple of shrimp, and you're like, like you're on a cruise ship. What you gonna do?
I know,
the
right?
whole time in...
Well,
I feel like if the first time you're eating shrimp is on a cruise ship, I don't know, that seems like a weird time to be like, I guess I'll try it now.
There's a lot of times that only time
I've paid $4,000 for this shrimp for the next week, and that's all I'll be getting, so I'll try it now.
Sometimes the only time people eat seafood is when they're on vacation by the sea. Like me, I'm not a big seafood guy. Like I will try to avoid it around here because I'm like, it's not going to do it justice, and I don't really have a craving for it that bad.
What do you mean, do it justice?
Because I feel like seafood.
It's not fresh.
Yeah.
But not as fresh.
Oh, I see.
Where this is like versus somewhere on one of the coasts, I'm like, this is how they make their living. Like they do this every day. This is not imported. There's a guy out there at 4 a.m. catching these and bringing them back.
Oh, there's a place that we go when we're in the Bahamas. It's the only place when we've been there. It's the only place we've gone more than once because literally it's this long shack and there's tables inside in the front. And then in the back, there's a door that's open, and there's a dude with a line in the water. Now, I don't know. I don't know if that's for show.
Yeah.
It could be, hey, everything freshman. That whole thing. But, they give it to you head and all. So I'm eating the eyes. I'm eating all of it. Oh, it's okay.
You ever had caviar?
I've had caviar, yes.
Do you like?
It's nothing that I would miss if I never had it again.
I've never had
it. It's very, very salty and very expensive, and I don't even know that it's... I don't even know...
Caviar's... Fish eggs, snail eggs.
Yeah, roe. It's super
roe.
salty. Yeah.
What's snail? Escargot.
Escargot.
Yeah.
We
I
had
actually like escargot.
Escargot, if it's prepared properly,
it's very good.
Is very good.
I had it at the Tiny Triangle. Very good.
Oh, Le Petit Triangle in
Tiny Triangle.
Right. Well, I had it in Paris, France, Bill.
Never heard of it.
Is that also in Ohio City?
It is, yes. It's right around the corner from Johnny Watermelons or whatever that place is. And it's very good. They've had some turnover there in the kitchen staff. But the Paris, France restaurant, it's delicious. Weird thing, all Italian food.
Hey.
So you wouldn't expect that, but, Alan, no matter what you hear, Mudvayne did not have a triumphant return at incarceration. That was the big thing, is that Mudvayne... I didn't hear anything about it. I'm so bummed at myself that I had as it turns out, I wouldn't have been able to make it anyway. But I was really excited for incarceration earlier in the year because it seemed like it was going to be one of the few festivals that was not going to get canceled or kicked down the road. I forget all the stars were to align. And that's mostly my vibe there, the bands that come through incarceration. And then I completely forgot that it was this weekend. Again, I don't think I would have been able to make it work anyway, but I had all these people hit me up about how great incarceration was. What happened with Mudvayne?
I just heard it wasn't very good.
But they weren't very good.
I mean, and this is from one friend that I saw post on Facebook was like, what the hell is happening right now?
They got a lot of rust to shake off, and they probably figured they'd go right out there. I don't know if they rehearsed ahead of time. They probably figured they'd go out there and go, we'll just lock into our old routines. You can't necessarily... You think so?
I don't think you can just not be... Because they've been broken up for a bit, yeah?
Yeah, I figured that
you can't just go up there and play all the songs for the first time that night.
Well, no. What I'm saying is perhaps they did a cursory run-through of the songs, just remember they know how to play them, and they go, I think we got this figured out. And then, but I wasn't there.
I didn't go to that today. I did go and see Coheed on Sunday. I had a long Sunday. Indians game, Browns game, Coheed. Great day.
Oh, long day.
Ooh, long fun day.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're not sunburned.
I was inside for the Browns game, and the concert was at night.
Browns lost, right?
Browns.
Dude, it was
played their best.
It was a great game. They played a great game. But
I was watching it for a little while, and then I was like, this looks pretty good.
It did.
And then by the time I got back to it, it did not look pretty good anymore. Yeah. But, what are you going to do?
A couple of mistakes at the end of the game. And
Nick Chubb! Hasta la vista, baby! Nick Chubb! Touchdown!
Did he get a touchdown yesterday?
He got two.
2 touchdowns. Oh,
Sunday.
man.
2 touchdowns.
That's very exciting over there for ESPN
No, they played
Spanish.
great. It just was just a couple... The punt was probably the biggest game-changing play of the day.
The punter fumbled the ball.
Yeah.
And so they
Like
got
Thompson?
They got the ball at 15-yard line.
Yeah, they got it back in really good field position. And then we were making a pretty good drive with the last minute, but then Baker threw an interception. So we needed
trying to throw it a wall.
We needed to score on that drive in that last minute, and we would have won if we'd have gotten the 2-point conversion, but he threw the interception.
Thanks a lot, Booker Marfield.
That was the end of it.
We would have won if
we
just
had scored more
down
points.
by 4, yeah.
As I understand.
Why did I think we were down by 8? Whatever. No. Anyway. Either way, we needed to score, and he threw an interception instead.
That's not the way to win games. But however, it's I had to go through on Twitter and find all the little video clips of what I had missed, and one by one I was like, that's not. Oh no, that's not. What are you
good
gonna
stuff
do?
too?
Yeah.
But there was a lot of good stuff, like a lot of reasons to be excited.
The first 3 quarters were pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What was the team? Was it the Lions? Some guy ruptured his Achilles tendon First game of the season, he's out for the entire season.
Oh.
I forget what team it was, but I was like, God, that would suck if you were out for the entire season from game one. Oh, that would suck. We're going to go through Terry the Goat's picks a little bit later on as well. Excited about that. But we'll tell you, she picked 10 games for us. My Bears lost, too, so I was not pleased about that by a pretty sizable margin.
My fantasy teams both did very well.
And who are they?
I have the Peoples Jones versus Larry Flint and
yeah,
Conklin Flop.
What the hell does any of that mean?
Well, those are my team names.
Those are your team names, okay?
So Conklin Flop is there's a player for Jack Conklin who plays for the Browns. And then there's a sketch I like called Coffin Flop. So I kind of pushed those two together, made a funny name that I think's funny. Not that many other people do, but I like that one. And then, the other one is just Donovan People-Jones.
All right.
He plays for the Browns.
There you go. Got that.
Turn them into funny team names. But the best is there's a guy in my friend's league where he just drafted all Browns players pretty much. And everybody's laughing at him, and then he ended up beating one of the guys that takes it the most serious in our league.
There you go.
And that was hilarious for me to watch my friend losing his mind. He's like, I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose to the guy that drafted Baker number 1 overall.
Yeah, because you never know.
Yeah.
Didn't Mary win the pool last year or something? You're throwing darts at team logos and you end up winning.
Yeah. I didn't win last year, but I was in a fantasy football league I didn't know about last year.
There you go.
And I
killed
found
it.
out about it at the end of October.
You found out about it when they told you were number 1.
Yes. They were like, are you going to accept any trades? I was like, what are you guys talking about? They're like, you auto-drafted. We thought you were just out of town and you're in first place.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, then no, I'm going to leave it alone.
The only trade I would like is for you to trade me $500 via Venmo for nothing. All right, I'll break here. If you want to get a text to us, 35192. If you are on hold, I'll get you on the way back, and we'll return after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
iHeartRadio Music Fest. I forgot that's this weekend.
Dua Lipa.
Very exciting. All of our promotions people are out in Vegas this week preparing for the big iHeartRadio Music Festival with our very own
Dua Lipa.
Right,
There it is.
Our very own.
We are, isn't she?
I think so.
Yeah. The Dua Lipa. Oh, Mary posted a video over the weekend of her, of Bozo. Man, this guy was tiptoeing. Your gif of Catherine Zeta-Jones in Entrapment or whatever, that was spot on. This guy's dancing in between power lines trying to like retar the roof of the carport or something.
Not even
Man,
retard,
this
just
guy.
patch some holes.
Careful.
Retar, Bill. Retar.
Retard.
Yeah, retar.
He did. But, yeah, so I sent you guys the video of him playing in the power lines. He was like stepping over and one time he just kicked one of them. I'm like, dude,
How is it going to get it done?
I'm going to see this old man die today. Like,
Hey, I'm being stung by wasps. This is hurt too much.
I wish you'd do it at night so that when he does get electrocuted, you could see his bones.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool. Like in
skeleton lights up.
Caddyshack, yeah.
Oh, boy. But he's okay?
He's okay as far as I saw. That's the joke I posted on my Instagram where I was like, yeah, do you guys know why Bozo's up there patching up the holes in the roof? So he doesn't have to do a leap over them.
Yeah, that's right.
Dua Lipa.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, he waved at me yesterday, which is the most interaction we've had since I cost him all that money to redo the water lines.
He waved at you.
He did.
Did he notice that you were filming him?
No, he waved at me. I went out to go get groceries.
Oh, he didn't look through your window
No,
and go,
no,
hey, what's up?
No. So I waved.
Hey, it's a lady who complained about no water.
Right. No, he waved and said hi, and I was like, oh, hi. And I was like, that's the most interaction we've had in 2.5 months.
And that's probably enough.
Yeah.
You probably
heals all
refilled
wounds.
your Bozo tanks with that one tiny little interaction.
Right, for sure.
Hey, Brandon in Akron, what's going on?
Hold up. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Alan.
How are you?
Hey, Mary.
Yo.
Hey, Bill.
Hey.
Love you, Poundcake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just calling in to say I love all you guys. I listen all the time.
Hey, thanks, man.
But I have a question about myself, actually. So I guess it's a question for everybody on the show. But so a little while ago, I found out like I was just using my girlfriend's phone. Like I went on to Safari on her phone or whatever, and I just came across some porn on her phone, and I didn't look into it. But
Is it from the last time that you used her phone?
What's that?
Was it left over from the last time that you used her phone?
No.
Oh. All right,
No,
so why were you using your girlfriend's phone?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Why were you using your girlfriend's phone?
Because my phone died. And
I
had
see.
to look up something on her phone or whatever.
Gotcha.
But last night I went onto her phone, or yesterday morning, I should say. Actually, it wasn't last night. But regardless of that, I went on her phone, and I was a little curious, all right? And I clicked on, because it was, like, recently visited, and it showed, like, that porn site. So I was a little curious. So, like, I opened that up, and I saw what she was watching. And I don't really know if I can really go into as much detail about what she was watching.
Well, no, it's not really germane to the conversation what kind, but the point is, it concerned you, I assume?
It wasn't really concerning. It was more so I looked at what she was into, and I was a little turned by it, right? And
BBD.
I broached her with the subject. And
Are you on her phone now,
That
Brandon?
sounds
Because I can barely understand. You're cutting out quite frequently.
where I'm living at. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to make sure we don't miss
What genre was it?
any
I am
part of
curious
this.
about
Was it
that.
two dudes?
No, it was lesbian with
So you got nothing to worry about. If it's two dudes, you're like, oh, she's looking for two girls.
I'm not worried about it.
Oh.
Here's the thing: is I broached her about the subject, about what she was watching, and I kind of was like, but I would like to see that, right? Like, I don't have to be involved in it, and she got offended by that.
She got offended because you were snooping in her history, or because of the porn genre?
She got offended that he said, I'd like to see that, like her with a woman.
Well, but again, I'm trying to encompass the whole thing here.
What you said, Alan.
Yeah,
the first part.
Right, she was mad that you were going through her phone. Right.
But really is all I'm asking is I don't know where I should stand because
as far away from her phone as you possibly can is where you should stand. Why are people going through people's phones?
I would just say, tell her that you have a snooping through phones fetish, and that's what turns you on. You're in the clear on that one.
Yeah, that's right.
And then second, you gotta let her come to you with the other stuff.
Don't kink shame me, honey. My thing is snooping through people's phones.
No, I was just looking. I used her phone for because my phone was dead yesterday, and I went on her Safari.
Sounds like you need a phone.
Did she know that you were using her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So you go, hey, honey, I got to use your phone for what?
I honestly don't know, dude.
No, but I mean, you had to use the browser, I assume, and then you saw that she had been looking at something else, and because this happens to dudes all the time. Like a girl open up their phone and they left their porn window open or whatever, and then it gets into some conversation.
He said he went through her history though, so he was looking.
It was when you go to Safari, it shows at the bottom your most recently visited websites that you go on frequently.
Right.
So I clicked on that, and I was just a little curious as to what she was looking at, and then I broached that subject, and she got offended that I was not only looking through what she was looking through, because. Well, I guess this adds another point to the subject. A couple months back, or a month or two back, I was really drunk.
Yes, this was my next question. Has there been a precedent set? Because, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is, I sent nudes to another girl a couple months back.
All right, well, this is Brandon, this is precisely why... If you happen to see what your girlfriend's looking at in the porn, you don't say anything. Why would you invite a conversation that no one wants to have when you could have just sailed right off that exit and done what you had to do? And people can't stop stepping on their own D's, boy.
If you want to talk about why, I don't know why, I was just curious. It's because you know that you're doing things you're not supposed to be doing. So you're like, I wonder if she's doing things she's not supposed to be doing.
How'd you get caught sending nudes?
It really was. I was completely blackout drunk, acting like a fucking imbecile.
Thank you. I knew sooner or later. Yeah. Thank you. I can't. I cannot abide. He was going to broach her one more time. Yeah, I cannot abide that kind of language here, Brandon. He's a first-time caller. I'm sure he's nervous. Boy, what a storyteller. That guy can really spin a yarn.
There's another level.
Oh, you know what? It's called burying the lead, Brandon. Yeah. Don't just use your own phone. When my phone's, if I'm not, I got a couple of bricks, right? I got battery packs. I got bricks. If I'm not near an outlet, the phone's getting close to dying, plug that puppy in.
You know, I never.
What are you looking through somebody else's phone for?
I never understood how people, and I have friends of mine that constantly have their phone in the red. I'm like, what do you do all day?
They don't charge it at night. That's what.
That can't be right.
Yes, it is.
Or they don't close.
Plug it in at
they don't
night.
close their background windows. They have a billion background windows open.
Oh my god!
And that drains your phone.
I got some breaking news.
Oh, hold on. Is it about Brandon's nudes? Did he just send them to you?
To all of us?
Did he send them to you?
No, this is actually pretty upsetting.
Exclusive news update.
Norm Macdonald died.
What?
Yeah.
How?
They had a long and private battle with cancer.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
No.
Oof.
So this must be brand new information.
This is
because
breaking right now.
Saturday Night Live alum veteran. Wow.
That's so sad. He didn't tell any. He had to have, right? This is the first you guys are. I've never heard.
I'm not.
Nobody knows about this.
I am 0% shocked that Norm didn't go public with his cancer diagnosis.
Mm-hmm. I got cancer.
So what I said was, He'd been fighting cancer for almost a decade.
Wow.
That's
so sad.
Such a bummer.
Well, go back and watch, if you never got to see Norm Macdonald live. I saw him get booed off stage at the University of Michigan. It was one of the greatest shows. I'm sitting there howling, laughing, and everyone around looks like they had just been told that like their dog got run over or something. So maybe it was a college crowd. But oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is
awful, terrible. Go watch him on the Norm Has a Show. It was very short lived, but then he did the
the Norm
live stream
Macdonald
thing.
Show the live stream show was very entertaining.
You can go watch Norm from back in the day. Him and Artie Lang. Dirty Work.
I loved Dirty Work.
So good.
I could probably still quote that movie. I haven't seen it in forever.
He called the shrimp poop. Dirty
Work
Work
from Billy Madison.
Oh, I'm sorry. Called the shrimp poop is from Billy Madison. He did he choked up on the very last David Letterman episode when Letterman was retiring. He had Norm on the show because he loved him so much. And he's on Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. Great episode with him and Jerry Seinfeld. Oh, boy,
and then
that
all
sucks.
The Burt Reynolds impressions from Saturday Night Live are some of the best.
Turd Ferguson.
Funny name.
Funny. Oh, man, what a bummer.
Well, let me find some Celebrity Jeopardy here. How about that?
Turd Ferguson.
That's a funny name. Okay, here we go. It's somebody playing French Stewart. Who was it that played French Stewart? Jimmy Fallon played French Stewart.
Yeah.
Daryl Hammond was, of course,
Sean
Sean Connery, right?
There go mustache on your greasy hair. Look, what did I just say about ethnic slurs? From third rock from the sun, French Stewart in second place with negative $17,000.
Boy, that's how you know how old this is. French Stewart from Third Rock from the Sun.
Yeah.
Because what has he done after that?
Nothing.
French Stewart. Jesus. Once in a while, you'll see him show up in a kid's movie.
Yeah.
He's like a hotel manager or something. You know?
I really like Third Rock from the Sun.
Alex, and in Double Jeopardy, I'm gonna bloom. Sure you will. And finally, back again, Burt Reynolds in a commanding lead with $14.
Hey, check out the podium. Look at this.
Mr. Reynolds has apparently changed his name to Turd Ferguson.
Yeah, that's right. Turd Ferguson. It's a funny name.
Great. Let's take a look at the final board. And the categories are potent potables, sharp things, movies that start with the word Jaws, a petit déjeuner. That category is about French phrases, so let's just skip it.
Hey, I speak a little French. You're an ass bite. Pardon my French.
My name's French.
Yeah, well, who gives a damn?
Moving on. Animal sounds. Never mind. Let's just go to animal sounds for 600. This is the sound a doggy makes. Mr. Connery.
Moo.
No.
Well, that's the sound your mother made last night.
Okay, that's not.
Well, I'm not gonna play the whole thing there, but you know you can find him yourself, and
it's a bummer.
It's awful news that Norm Macdonald died.
Sad.
Very sad.
Bring it down the show, Bill.
It's breaking
It is breaking news. It's literally breaking news.
I want to bring down the show. I talk about someone in my personal life that passed away.
Right? Yeah. Why can't more people in my life die? Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, again, I'm not even seeing it.
I saw it on Deadline.
You did? Okay.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of Twitter updates that are talking about it.
Yeah.
It is a bummer.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
You know, I'm really curious as to how people keep that part private. Because cancer, you could battle it privately. Like, you don't have to disclose it. But wouldn't you physically look different? Like, you can look like you have cancer.
I mean,
he's got a lot of money, though. So, like, if they needed to...
He doesn't show up on too many things.
Yeah, and he's a kind of a reclusive guy anyway.
He's Canadian, so he keeps to himself.
Like, this isn't the first time this happened. There's a bunch of actors. I mean, the one
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah. How do you privately battle...
Well, people would roast him. They'd be like, "Look how skinny Chadwick Boseman is."
Right.
And they were like always talking about that. And then they once they announced that he passed away of cancer, everybody's like, "Oh, I feel bad because I was making fun of how skinny he got."
Be kind to people.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Well, people are jerks, man.
Norm was supposed to be part of the New York Comedy Festival, which is a couple of months away.
Oh, I did make fun of Taylor Swift.
Yes.
Is she sick?
No, I don't know, but I'm just saying. I called her Skeletor. I'm sorry, T Swift.
She's not that skinny, though. She's not like, is she sick skinny? She's muscular, you know.
But I did find out she had an eating disorder from watching her documentary. So
I remember first seeing Norm Macdonald on Star Search. You guys are too young to remember the original iteration of Star Search.
I remember it.
With Ed McMahon. Dennis Miller was a comic on there. Sinbad beat a whole bunch of people because they would have him come back. They had like a singing part. They had a comedy part. They had
the spokesmodel.
Spokesmodel was one of the only times that you could see stand-up comedy on television at that time with Star Search, and Norm Macdonald was on Star Search. We were a big Star Search family. And so a lot of comedians I saw for the first time on that show, Dennis Miller, and like I said, Sinbad, and some other comics that people, Wayne Cotter is a comedian that a lot of people don't know because I think he went on, or he came from, he was a computer engineer or something, and then he became a comedian, and he mostly does corporate gigs now, but I loved Wayne Cotter coming up. And Norm Macdonald was on Star Search. And I forget how well he did. I think Colin Quinn came up through the Star Search ranks, but some of these guys would get on that show and just plow everybody, because you would go week to week to week, and if it was head to head, you beat the other comic, you'd come back next week. And Sinbad was a big guy on Star Search for a while. But, you know, people remember that Norm eventually got fired from Saturday Night Live because the producer of that show at the time was friends with O.J. Simpson. And a lot of people said that was apocryphal, that, you know, that nothing ever really confirmed that. But I think Norm came right out and said, yeah, they didn't like the fact that I made so many jokes about O.J. Simpson. And so then he did the Norm Show, and he did the thing for Netflix, and, you know, he won a couple Cable Ace Awards, which is also something you can use to date yourself, because those aren't a thing anymore. But if you just go on YouTube, there are no shortage of Norm Macdonald appearances on things like the old HBO Dennis Miller Show, or one of the greatest Norm bits of all time is when Courtney Thorne Smith was on Conan talking about her new movie. And do you remember that clip where she's talking about the movie that she did with Carrot Top?
No, what movie was he in?
He was in a movie. I'll find this for you here. He was in a movie called Chairman of the Board. I don't want to give away the bit, but it's Norm who's just kind of ripping on Melrose Place the whole time, and that Courtney Thorne Smith who's sitting right next to him. You remember who she is?
I do not know.
She was on 2.5 Men the last few years. She got famous off Melrose Place, but she did a movie. It was May of '97. She was promoting a movie called Chairman of the Board that she had coming out with Carrot Top.
And a talented, nice talk show guest.
Okay. As evidenced by her appearance on our rival show. All right, well, there's this 2-hour season finale of Melrose Place. There's this movie coming out.
Yes.
Title undetermined at this point.
Chairman of the board.
Oh, all right. Do something with that, you freak.
I bet the board is spelled B-O-R-E-D.
She's just sitting there with her face in her hands, like, I'm trying to promote this movie, man. This is my career. What do you want? What do you think? I dreamt about doing a movie with Carrot Top that nobody would see? Well, that sucks. Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Bring us back from the precipice of despair.
Okay. That first caller, I did not understand his point at all.
How does that feel?
He's a bad guy.
Yes, sir.
My brain was scrambled.
Well, he had a bad connection, too, so I think the story probably would have made more sense had we heard all of it, and then whatever.
Now, you know I don't like to talk about nobody, but Ronald McDonald, well, I understand that...
You know I don't like to say anything bad about somebody, but Ronald McDonald, that sumbitch, right.
What? Nice!
Go ahead.
Okay. Didn't I hear you mention that Ronald McDonald passed?
I mentioned that Norm Macdonald, the Saturday Night Live alum and comedian.
I thought you said Ronald.
No. Although, you know what? Rick, you don't know this, but you were not far off, because the very first Ronald McDonald was played by Willard Scott.
I didn't know.
Who did just die. That's right.
Okay, well, moving on. Hello, everyone.
Rick, I'm running long here, but I got to cut you short. But I appreciate the call as always. Okay.
I get to tell you.
I know. I'm so sorry, Rick. I'm so sorry. I know. We'll talk to you again. I'm up against what they call a hard break here, and heartbreak and heartbreak. Rick, thank you, pal. I know we'll talk to you again. Apologize for cutting you off. Rick. I've got to go to a break. 35192. If you want to text, you can listen to us anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
Very exciting Poundcake there. Do you know today, Poundcake, what that is in Golden Girls history? That's Poundcake's tribute there to the classic television show, The Golden Girls, which count off. You had Rue McClanahan. She was the hussy of the group. You had Estelle Getty, who was the grandma, despite, I think, being the actual youngest member of that cast. You had B. Arthur, who is also dead. Betty White, I think, is the only remaining living member of the Golden Girls. And do you know what today is in Golden Girls history?
I don't.
Bill, would you like to tell Poundcake?
It is was it 36th?
The 36th
anniversary of the show debuting on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
September 14th.
And I believe it premiered to instant acclaim. I think people enjoyed that show very, very much. They go, hey, here's some four old ladies who they got some salty thoughts on things.
When I was younger, like my brother, it would sometimes be on Golden Girls, and he was like, do you know that this is like the #1 show with the gays? And I'm like, what? Why? And mind you,
because it's four old ladies living in Miami. And it was very progressive for its time, by the way. They had episodes on, like, I think one of the women's brothers was gay, and there was a little bit of a tete-a-tete between two of the women about how that's okay, and the other one was having a hard time. So I think Rue McClanahan's character was like, despite being kind of a hussy, she was like really into Jesus or something. I mean,
she was Southern. Because there was an episode with her and I think Don Cheadle where she had like a Confederate flag up. It went around last year.
Yeah, I remember
and,
it was a progressive show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just thought I was like, the gays love this show, and now that I'm a gay,
and probably there were
there
were probably a lot of drag queens too. It's along the way that were naming themselves after characters from the Golden Girls.
Someone always told me that I was a Blanche.
Blanche Devereaux.
I never knew what it was. I was like,
you call yourself Blanche Devereaux. That's your drag queen name. No. Now, what do they mean when they said you're a Blanche? That you were a hoe?
Yeah, I think so, because it was before. I never watched the show religiously, but there obviously the theme song is iconic, legendary, and then there's a couple.
Well, your version is.
There's a couple episodes in there that I've seen. I'm like, okay, I can understand why a gay of that era would like that show. But when someone called me a Blanche before I was familiar with all the characters, and then I watched it, I was like, bitch, you calling me a hoe? How dare you? Be accurate.
Well, the other three members, they died in pretty short order. Estelle Getty died in 2008, and then B. Arthur died in 2009, and then Rue McClanahan died in 2010. Betty White just keeps hanging on. And Betty White on that show was, she was like from a small town in Minnesota. Wasn't that the running joke? Back in St. Olaf was her little tiny town, so she was very naive about the world, and then B. Arthur was just this ball breaker who was in there, and Estelle Getty was B. Arthur's mom on the show.
Betty White's in her 90s now, right?
Betty White is 99 years old, yes.
She's not 99.
She will be...
No, he lied to you right now. He's like, I know what I'm going to... This whole thing was just to lie to you about her age.
Betty White is from suburban Chicago. She's the pride of Oak Park.
She's older than Queen Elizabeth.
How old is Queen Elizabeth?
She's like 94, because her husband died, and he was older than her. And
Betty White will be 100 on January 17th.
Hey.
Which is the day before my father's birthday. That's the only reason I know that. Yeah.
The year after suffrage, she was born. That's wild.
Okay, there you go. January 17, 1922. So, yeah, Betty White, provided that she does not die. What's that?
Bite your tongue.
Well, no one wants that.
Nobody wants.
But she has already outlived the other ones by a decade.
I'd be so pissed. Give me my letter from my senator.
You and the senator.
You don't even know who your senator is.
Mine is Jim Jordan.
Well, then write him.
No.
Your letter?
Couch it in a way.
It's literally so weird how it's wedged. So I guess when I was in Oberlin, it was Jim Jordan. I don't know the Cleveland one.
First of all, Rob Portman is your senator, right? It's not Jim Jordan.
Congressman Jim Jordan.
Right. I don't think he is. Maybe he is.
He is for Oberlin. Like he has a little itty bitty little wedge. It's like the gerrymandering that they have.
Yeah.
Like he has the little sliver of Oberlin, so he can have like some progressive in there, and then it's all like backfields and country. I'm like, wow. It's amazing how they do that.
Right. He's not your senator. He's in the House of Representatives.
That's what I said, my congressman.
Oh, well, who are your senators?
I don't know.
Ohio has 2 of them. I already told you one of them.
Sherrod Brown.
There you go.
And who's the other one? I told you the other one.
I don't remember.
He just said it.
Rob Portman. Yeah. So, well, anyway, why don't you write all of them?
No.
And what are you going to write them?
I would like a letter.
No, you get a letter and like a little thing from your senator when you turn 100. They write it.
Oh, do they still do that?
I believe so.
Huh.
And what if they don't?
I'd be pissed. I made it all the way to 100 and I didn't get my letter.
That's what you're hanging on for?
You know what they should do? You should automatically get verified on Instagram if you make it to 100. If you're 100 years old and you're on Instagram,
don't even have 100 followers.
You should get a blue check mark for those next couple of days.
The fact that you could say I'm like over a century old, because all you gotta do is make it to midnight on your 100th birthday, and then
a check mark to match your hair.
You're over a century old. Ugh.
Is Betty White even on Instagram? Oh, she is. Betty M. White.
Well, she's already got the check mark.
Yeah, she does. She has 1.6 million followers.
What's she famous for? Why she got a check
Betty
mark?
White?
Yeah.
You know what? She's famous for a couple of things.
Oh, Lake Placid.
She's
a goddamn American treasure.
She was in that movie.
If I had a blank, this is where I would tell you to blank it. Right. She was in Lake Placid. She was in all kinds of things. She's done Simpsons voices. She's a national treasure. And now that Norm Macdonald is gone, for a long time I always felt okay that Gary Shandling and Norm Macdonald were still out there being funny. And then Gary Shandling died, and now Norm Macdonald is dead.
And Artie Lang outlived them both.
Artie Lang
That's absolutely wild.
Both.
Like that's
Didn't he snort glass or something? Or he did
snorted
coke that had glass in it?
Whatever you put in front of Artie, he
himself.
will snort. Yes.
He's had some real incidents over the years.
He's had some stuff.
And he's still going.
That's right.
Speaking of Golden Girls, speaking of Friends, I was reading a thing that said that, and again, I don't know how they figure out these statistics, but that 1 in 7 people, again, these are so weird and arcane, 1 in 7 people have gotten rid of Friends over their vaccine stance. That's where it's gotten here, where people go, I can't be friends with you anymore because of your thoughts on the vaccine.
Yep.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
There's nothing you're going to do, but it pulls out, I mean, I guess, believe whatever you want to believe, right? But when you look at it, you're like, I feel like this paints you as a selfish person, and I don't know, it just like...
I can't be a part
I found out this morning my sister had a pretty bad case of COVID.
She never told anybody?
Nope. Well, she didn't tell me. And my mom didn't tell me. I was texting my mom over the weekend.
On purpose?
She didn't say anything about it.
Because they knew how you felt about it?
Maybe. Don't know. She's got MS. So I was like, are you okay? My ex-wife told me. Hey, have you talked to your sister? No.
Your ex-wife is giving you your family information.
Right. I was just texting my mom about something else over the weekend. She didn't say word one.
Are you still a Nicki Minaj fan?
Am I still a Nicki Minaj fan?
After she posted an anti-vax thing.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about that. I mean, she wanted to go to the Met Ball and they wanted her
she was
vaccinated.
She married a child molester. Like, what? I don't hold her up to any...
A rapist.
Whatever. What am I holding
her
up?
brother's a child molester.
I'm not holding Nicki Minaj. She's not a doctor. She's not whatever. But she got big boobs and she's pregnant all the time.
But the story was that like somebody's balls swelled up or something.
She had a Trinidadian
Yeah.
neighbor that took the vaccine. His testicles swelled up, became impotent.
His testicles swelled up.
That actually might be a direct quote.
I was going to say, maybe she did say that, but just for clarity.
And his fiance called off the wedding the day of.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't COVID related. He probably had an
Everybody
STD.
has all these concurrent issues, and they blame on the vaccine.
I think she's just angry because her husband is now, and I honestly, that's what I thought it was. I'm like, she doesn't have an issue with the vaccine because she said, "Oh, I'm going to do my research." There's plenty of research out there to be done, but I think she's angry because
no one's doing research.
What does it even mean?
Facebook is not research. That's not research. She's not deep in the stacks at the Library of Congress every night, burning the lamplighter. She's not doing research.
She has access to all the best doctors. If she wants to research it in the facts, she can get it. I just think she's angry because her husband had to go back to prison. So I just think she's just letting it rip.
Okay. I mean, whatever.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Bottom line is, I mean, I'm not, I saw some people making some hay out of that, but again, I don't take my medical advice from Nicki Minaj.
I'll ask her where to get the best implants because good work.
Somebody called me on the after hours line about it's really a tale of two cities. Speaking of comedians, Jim Breuer and Patton Oswalt have very different views on the situation with respect to doing shows.
Just looking at some news today and seeing our boy Jim Breuer has been canceling shows requiring at venues requiring people to get vaccinated. Just wondering what you thought about that. I also seen a Patton Oswalt it looks like he's doing the opposite, where I think he's canceling shows where they're not requiring vaccinations. So just wondering what your thoughts are on Breuer, and I really didn't know his thoughts politically or religiously, but I guess I do now. I thought he was maybe a little different, but kind of disappointed in that because I really like him. But just wondering what your thoughts were on that, and I love you, Bill. When are you and Mary possibly going to be back here in Toledo at the Funny Bone? I would love to come to the show. Hate the show.
All right, there's a guy calling from Toledo. Do you have an answer for that? Are either of you going to be at the Toledo Funny Bone anytime soon?
Nope, not me.
I have nothing scheduled, but we know the people that book it. We could hit them up and maybe go out there together.
Hey.
I'm not disappointed in Jim Breuer because Jim Brewer's, again, this tracks for both of these guys. I like Jim Breuer. And if he doesn't want to do shows where people have to show vaccination, he's not going to do shows.
And I'm sure he'll find other venues in the same towns that will be like, yeah, don't do it there, do it here.
We'll take a Jim Breuer show.
Yeah,
right.
There's plenty of places that will still accommodate
And if
him.
you don't want to go, then you don't have to go. Patton Oswalt's point was you shouldn't have to die to hear my stupid comedy. He was on Fallon or Conan or something. Conan's not on, but he was on somebody.
My 4 December dates in Florida are going to be canceled. Also, my date in Salt Lake City in 2022. This difficult decision was made due to the rising numbers of COVID cases, and also because I have an ego, but my ego is not big enough to think that people should die to hear my stupid comedy. So hopefully in the future we can rebook those when sanity holds sway again.
Never.
He was on Jimmy Fallon saying, if you want to die for a last show, go see Lizzo, because that's a show worth dying for. You don't want to die for my show. When did everyone become Thanos, he says. He's got to shoot up a flare for the nerds. If your philosophy, don't die for me, go die seeing Lizzo, he said. That's a great concert to see. But again, I don't think there's any surprise in either of their takes on this. If you say, I don't want to play in venues, that's what Eric Clapton was in the news for. I don't want to play at venues that are requiring people to show vaccination cards. And everybody gave him a hard time. To me, the situation, it doesn't even rise to a philosophical level. Don't go see that act if you're concerned about that.
Right.
If you're not concerned about it, go see them.
But it's just strange how people
Patton Oswalt was saying that people were calling him like a pussy and a Nazi and all this kind of stuff. And he's like, man, I don't know what he said.
That's their go-to. Because they only think of themselves. We've been through it again. My aunt passed away this morning from COVID.
Oh, that sucks.
It's a really big bummer, and thank you for that. But it's a preventable thing, and she got it from someone in her household that didn't believe in it, or didn't believe that it is a hoax. And so now I have cousins that don't have a mom, and their kids don't have a grandma, because this guy was going around without a mask, wouldn't get vaccinated, influenced them to the point that they didn't get vaccinated, even though they were living her husband and her have been very careful, but they still got it because they never ended up getting vaccinated because of this other person in their life that said it wasn't safe, and they bought into it. And so it's one of those things where when you call someone a pussy or say that they're, it's free, like, she's not alive anymore because of his insistence that his freedom is more important than her life.
Well, another one of these right-wing talk show hosts died. These guys that are on the air and they're like, "Yeah, you're stupid." If this guy who I think we've talked about in the past for other things, a guy named Bob Enyart, who was a big deal in Colorado. And, I don't know if he's a big deal. I mean, he was on the air and blah, blah, blah. What I really liked was he called his podcast Real Science Radio. Because,
Real science.
Right.
Which was not actual science in
no,
that movie.
it was mostly just like, evolution's fake, so. But Bob Enyart is...
I'm thinking of Weird Science. What was Real Genius?
Real Genius with Val Kilmer.
I was watching the Val Kilmer documentary.
So good.
It's very good. I got like 20 minutes left, but
it's got to be a real bummer to there's a part midway through
show today.
where they're showing it's Tearful Tuesday.
Mhm.
If Mary's not going to cry, we got to take it over somewhere.
I almost cried this morning. I was like,
Over the banana?
Well, yes, because I was like, man, if I don't cry before I go to work, I'm going to end up crying on air.
It's a fait accompli that you would cry when you got here if you didn't get a cry out?
I've just had a lot. This weekend was really emotional with my family. And
Hold on to
there's been-
that.
Yeah,
Let me get through this dead right-wing talk show host here.
Bob Enyart, the self-described right-wing religious fanatic radio host from Colorado who urged a boycott of COVID.
By the way, I like that a lot, that he called himself a right-wing religious fanatic. Yes, I am a fanatic. How do you like that? About religion, no less. I'm a religious fanatic.
Which I believe is how Jesus wanted you to be.
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
COVID-19 vaccines has died of COVID-19. Enyart, one-time head of Colorado Right to Life, made national headlines.
Right to life. Oh, it just writes itself, doesn't it? WRITE to life.
For mocking AIDS victims' obituaries on his cable TV show. Enyart had called for the death penalty for women who have...
Oh, that's what this guy was doing. He wanted to be like Rush Limbaugh Jr. Like back in the day, Limbaugh used to like make fun of people who died of AIDS. And this guy kind of did the same thing. Like every market, this guy was in Denver, I think. Every market had like its Rush Limbaugh wannabe. This market's got a half a dozen of them. And this was one of those guys. It was like he would hold up a newspaper or something and go, this guy died of HIV and AIDS and whatever.
Abortions. And his opposition to COVID-19 vaccines was based on the use of fetal stem cells in their development. Enyart used his radio show to call for a COVID vaccine boycott to, quote...
Which I think is debunked, right? It's not fetal stem cells for... I thought that whole thing was... I mean, again, most of what these guys say has been debunked. But
further increase social tension. Enyart's longtime radio co-host told me tonight, quote, I'm sure he'd do the same thing all over again.
There you go.
He will never learn a lesson.
People aren't big on learning, I guess. Right. So that guy joins the ranks of a lot of other very vocal right-wing talk show hosts. The one guy in Nebraska called himself Mr. Anti-Vax, and he died. Listen, you die doing what you love, which is misinforming people. So, if that's your bread and butter, that's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to do. I think the guy's wife is still alive, but I think she's made it very clear she has no intention of changing anything. But some of these people, when they're on the ventilator, then their families go, he said at the very end that he really wished he would have paid more attention to it. So some people go that way, and other people go to the bitter end, wrapped in a don't tread on me flag. Well, but it's also, but when you're there in the hospital, it is your life too, and but that would just suck for your last minutes to be whether you're circumscribed about it or not. It would be very difficult for your last minutes to be sitting. It's what these doctors and nurses allude to. Well, these people that didn't want to take it seriously, and you can't be angry with them. You just feel awful and pity for them because they're like, can I get the vaccine now? And they're like, no, you cannot. It's way too late for that.
But I think people believe, even on their deathbed, they're like, it's not COVID. Like, I got pneumonia. I got something else. Or you guys gave me something. It's always somebody else. So I don't think they think that, oh, I'm dying of COVID-19.
Well, they'll go, well, it wasn't COVID that killed him. It was pneumonia.
Okay, well,
whatever.
AIDS has never killed anybody. It's your immune system. If that's the case, if you want to go like that.
Well, yeah, a car didn't kill somebody in the crash. It was the blunt force trauma that happened.
It wasn't the cancer. It was all, Yeah.
It was the airbags not going off
It's
that I
my
think really had something to do with it. It was a steering wheel through the neck that really dealt the final blow. Okay, I've got to take a break, and then we're going to get right into Mary crying.
Oh, stop.
On
I'm
the way
not gonna
back.
cry.
Well,
sure looks like it.
All right. I'll have Indians tickets for you all this week, by the way. We are closing in on the very end of the Indians era. So I'll have tickets for you for the penultimate Indians game on the 25th. After this break, I'll hook you up to see him play the KC Royals on the 22nd. You can go to Indians.com for all the details on those games. And I'll throw some Cedar Point passes at you later on, too. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back. right, it's the final season for your Cleveland Indians before we move on to the Guardians era. They're going to take on the Kansas City Royals on September the 22nd. I guess that's 1 week from tomorrow night, if my math is correct, and it rarely is, but I think that's right. Downtown at Progressive Field, great seats still available if you go to Indians.com. I use that MLB Ballpark app, by the way, all season long. That thing is invaluable, so if you don't have that, you should grab it. Even this late in the season, you can always use it. You can purchase forward scan tickets digitally, the whole thing. So, a couple of tickets here for you in the home stretch for you to see the Royals play your Indians on next Wednesday night, the 22nd, last few weeks of the Indians era. So, caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. You and a pal. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
$35192 if you want to send me a text. All this week, I will have tickets for you for the second to last game of the Indians era, their last homestand. Not the last games. That'll happen October 3rd in Texas. The last homestand. Tribe plays the Chicago White Sox here at Progressive Field. Last home game will be the 26th. Big day for me. White Sox are in town. Bears are in town. So very exciting. I'll be running around the way Bill was this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be busy. That's Jim 2's bachelor party weekend, so we'll be doing some stuff. And
that's out of town.
No, it's here.
Oh, it is?
It's out of town for him. It's here.
No, I thought you guys were going to be in Jersey for something.
That's his wedding.
Oh, that's the wedding. I see. He's coming home for the bachelor party.
But that Sunday night, though, you can Browns game, then you check out the last Indians game at Progressive Field, and then also later that night, Joke's on You.
Hey.
Always a good time.
If you go to WMMS.com, we are giving away passes for that last ever home game. There's an autographed jersey and a fan experience is what this says in the park for the very last Cleveland Indians home game ever against the White Sox Sunday, September 26th. So WMMS.com, register to do that. But my tickets for you this week are going to be for that Saturday, the 25th game, which I think is Fan Appreciation Night. We'll dig into Terry the Goat's Week 1 picks in a little bit. She picked 10 games. Terry the Goat going to be featured, by the way, at this season's Cox Out pregame parties.
She's coming?
No.
Oh.
But you will get to you'll get to pit yourself against Terry the Goat's picks. We had to take last season off for obvious reasons. I was really bummed out because I love doing these, but the Cox Out pregame parties are back. Same spot. We're going to be at the Ivy downtown 2 hours before kickoff. So 10:30 to kick off this Sunday morning. They're playing the Texans, I believe. It's the home opener. And I'm down there with Bud Light 2 hours before kickoff. So we have a night game coming up in October. We have a late afternoon game coming up. So Cox Out pregames are before all of the home games. And first one is this Sunday morning.
Yeah.
And I could not be more excited.
It's really kind of switch things up because usually we get like one night game a season, but usually you could set your watch by them being 1 p.m. games for the Browns. Like this is the first year where they're like, hey, we're going to move things around.
Well, we had a night game season before last.
Well, yeah, we'll get like one night game a season.
I see.
This year we have several. And some 4 o'clock starts and stuff. They're moving around because the Browns get ratings. The Chiefs Browns game was one of the highest rated games in like the last 10 years or something.
Sure.
Wow.
It was like 20 million viewers.
Very exciting. So, that October 21st game is a night game. That's a Thursday night. And we'll be at Ivy for all the home games. So I'd love to see you down there on Sunday. Indians could not get anything going, speaking of whom, against the Brewers. They got swept by the Milwaukee Brewers this past weekend as they go into the next series. Well, they're playing right now, actually. It's a real barn burner. It's 0-0 in the top of the second. Still plenty of baseball to be played, though, against the Minnesota Twins, who I guess are relatively even matched with them right now. Tribe are kind of, they're not ending the season great. But they're
they
playing.
See what they got. They're trying out some guys, bringing them up, seeing what they can kind of cobble together for next season. Who's going to work out.
I think today is a double header. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the top of the second now, and then they're set for another game tonight, which you will hear here on WMMS. And then they'll play tomorrow evening in Minnesota. And then they start up against the Yankees. Next week here at home to play the Royals. Those are the tickets I have for you. And then that final homestand the following week against the Chicago White Sox. And then that's it. That's the end of the... I drove past a house which I'm relatively familiar with. Not in my neighborhood, but one neighborhood over. I drove past, and they normally have nothing in their yard, which is why the giant Chief Wahoo really jumped out at me. It looked like it had been in a shed, so they clearly weren't all that interested in displaying their Chief Wahoo up till now. But now that he's going away, or I guess has gone away, for all intents and purposes, they really want to make it known what huge Chief Wahoo fans they are.
Keep the chief. With all those shirts and...
Well, I haven't seen those. Keep the chief. Is that a shirt?
Yeah.
Are these homemade shirts or somebody selling
I don't
these?
know.
Yeah. Hey,
not homemade.
They're not homemade shirts? No. Hey, Kyle.
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, nothing much. I wanted to call in and talk to you about shifting gears from sports a little bit. I wanted to talk to you about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wearing the Tax the Rich dress to the Met Gala last night.
Yeah.
I
what about
think it's totally off-brand for her, I guess. I think it's very tone deaf.
I thought it was a weird move.
Socialist.
I thought it was a weird move.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think her PR person is brain dead. Seriously.
I like her a lot, but I mean, that's, and again, she's not, there are multiple members of Congress who get invited to that Met Gala, but when you're her.
But she's there, she lives in New York. It's not like she traveled, and also.
But also.
She got her ticket for free.
I'll just let Poundcake answer you.
Sure.
No, go ahead, Cody.
I think that she was living right there in New York City. She didn't pay, and she worked with a stylist who is not really well known, and she gives like platforms to lower income and people of color. So I don't really think it was that off-brand.
I read
it was a bad move.
That stylist is worth upwards of $100 million.
Again, I don't know anything about that, but it was a bad move because perception is reality. Doesn't matter what the truth is.
Absolutely.
It matters what you think the truth is, and especially in politics. And she might not have. Those tickets are like $30,000. She might not have paid. I doubt she's got that kind of money, but somebody paid. And I'm sure she was 100%. I'm sure she was trying to be ironic and to get the whole thing. It was just I think that's a swing and a miss.
100%. And, I'm a Bernie guy. I voted for Bernie Sanders as many times as I could, through the various primaries and general elections. And I hold criticisms for him as well, which is important. I think it's important to hold, valid criticisms against our elected officials.
Listen, I like her a lot. I think she's smart. I think she's foxy. I think this is a weird move.
I don't know why people are pissed off.
People are pissed off because you make yourself a target when she's as outspoken as she is about what she believes, and I'm pretty much in line with where she is politically, and then you have a giant dress. Just wearing a dress that says tax the rich is not, like, you're not getting one over on people. You're still going to this ostentatious, this huge, celebrity ball. It's just bad. It's a bad look. It would have been different if she said, I got invited, but I decided not to go because, with all due respect, it's a spectacle of opulence, and that's kind of not my thing, and blah, blah, blah. She could have done that, too. Didn't do that. It's fine. Kyle, I got to go. I'm boring everybody to death here, but thank you.
I was just
I appreciate the call.
That I think it's weird that she used the Chick-fil-A font.
I didn't realize that, but yes, it is Chick-fil-A font.
Eat more chicken is what she should have had.
But
eat less chicken.
I know we're moving on from the topic, but I just want to make a note that she is not saying rich people should not exist or events like last night should not exist.
No one is saying that, but it's
tax the rich is not anything wrong.
You're over complicating it. This was a bad look for her.
Okay.
A bad look for her.
Okay, but was it though?
Not literally. I mean, she looked great in this dress. Yeah, but if your whole thing is billionaires shouldn't exist, which is true, if it's people blah, 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 this does not track. Listen, she's still a human being, but this does not track with what the crux of her political commentary is about.
But her going to the Met Gala, where all of the rich people and billionaires and the people that she's talking about taxing are there. Like,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
the stand I think
no one's
that she was
look
making.
at. No one there is going to look at her dress and go, you know what? She really made me think about some things. Everybody
I
who's
think it was like
everyone
a middle
who is
finger to them.
No, it was not. Your middle finger would be abstaining from attendance.
Even if you got to go for free.
What is wearing the dress that says tax the rich going to do?
Well, that's where
most of those really wealthy people agree with her. Yes, I should be taxed more. I make obscene amounts of money. Now pass the shrimp. I mean, it's not changing anybody's mind. Like I said, politics is about optics. And it was a bad move. I get what she was doing. I get what she was trying to do. She's there with her boyfriend and they want to have a good time. But people associate the Met Gala with the worst of libtard cultural elites. And so you're just handing all these right-wing nuts grenades to throw at you. Now, she's smart and she's super articulate, so I don't think she cares. In answer to Kyle's question, I think it was a weird move. That's all I think. Are people talking about it? Yes, of course. But people aren't talking about how, yes, we should rescind the Trump and Bush tax cuts. And, they're talking about AOC in a Chick-fil-A dress, a Chick-fil-A font or whatever,
I don't think that designer is worth $100 million.
I don't know anything about the designer. I just saw the pictures of the dress, and I thought it was a real weird move. By the way, back to baseball quickly. Seattle Mariners have announced that they will host the MLB All-Star Game year after next. So it's, of course, at Dodger Stadium, I think, next summer. And then the All-Star Game is going to be in Seattle in 2023. Of course, here in Cleveland, we're getting ready for what? In February.
The NBA All-Star Game.
The NBA All-Star Game at the Romo-Fijo. Very excited about that, too.
I think one more quick thing about AOC. I think she should have worn the dress that Megan Fox wore to the VMAs.
But wasn't that a ripoff of the Kim Kardashian looking wet dress?
Yes.
I don't know.
That's what I thought.
I don't go that deep on dresses. I just saw a hot girl in a see-through dress.
What a busy weekend in New York.
But that picture of like her and MGK and then
Look,
Travis
making
Barker.
out. It's so
It's so gross. Let's take four relatively attractive people and make them all look gross.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said MGK got into something with Conor McGregor. I don't know anything about that. But.
Yeah,
they were yelling at each other.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Yelling at each other.
Connor threw a drink at him.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, these people are desperate for press.
It's the
desperate
MTV.
for press.
No one watches the VMAs anymore. It's not like it used to be.
Boy, that's no joke. They got like fewer than 1 million viewers or something.
Because no one cares about the VMAs anymore. It's not. There's so many other mediums that they'll just watch the highlights on YouTube.
Or media.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying they'll watch the highlights on YouTube or they'll watch it on Twitter.
Who even knows? Like MTV isn't for music videos or music really anymore.
That was their downfall.
So when you go, we're doing this big awards show for stuff that we don't play on our channel. Like now, if it was the Ridiculousness Awards, maybe that would make more sense because that's pretty much the only show they play anymore. But I mean, who was the videos that were even nominated? You don't hear anything about it. And
MGK won one. He won Best Alternative Video, so I'm happy for him. I just want him to win a bunch of stuff because I remember the days when he was getting kicked off concerts because of fighting or like inflicting panic. Like I just remember all this stuff, and now he is like literally an A-list celebrity, and I'd like to see it. It's cool. He's one of us.
Is he an A-list celebrity?
I think he's in the realm of...
He's getting there, I think.
He's at the... I don't think he's at the peak of his career.
I wouldn't say A-list, but he is definitely clickbaity.
In the
where
upper
they can
echelon.
go, like stuff like that is going to get people to click. So he's not someone that you're going to put on the same level as a Brad Pitt. But when you go, Conor McGregor and Machine Gun Kelly almost got into a fight, there's going to be like, I'll see what that's about.
Because I feel like for a long time he was Cleveland famous. Like he was famous around here. And whenever he would perform a show, he would sell out around here and maybe like the surrounding areas. But now you say MGK around the world, people know who you're talking about.
And you've been traveling the world to test this theory.
He's been touring and he's been selling out shows. So yeah, I feel like...
When was he touring?
He was touring before the COVID hit.
But he wasn't as big.
But you don't, right. Nobody's been touring for the past year. You lose a lot of momentum there. I mean, the album was like a #1 album, but that's because I think he stopped. Well, he stopped for a time of spinning the wheel of like who I want to be. I think he's still trying to figure that out. I like him a lot personally. I mean, I hope that he continues doing whatever he wants to do, and I think he's a talented guy. Mary thinks he's super hot. That's why she was crying this morning. She saw a photo of him touching tongues with Megan Fox.
It'll never be me.
It'll never be me. Right, here I am just holding a bare banana, and Megan Fox is holding MGK's bare banana.
Oh my God.
In the back of the limo.
Gross.
Probably similarly shaped.
I mean, out of the
What's a bare banana?
It's what you're not supposed to hang from a tree while you're camping, Bill. They go right for them.
I thought you were supposed to hang it from the tree so they couldn't get them.
Nope, you're supposed to hang your period panties from a tree so they know right where you are. But food, big no-no. It's been my experience with bears.
I thought you were supposed to hang your period banana from the tree.
I don't know what a period banana is, Mary.
Why don't you go ahead and put 2 and 2 together?
But I'm not a lady, so I wouldn't know these things. Why were you crying this morning?
I wasn't crying this morning, is what I was saying.
You said if I don't cry this morning, I'll cry on the show.
I was feeling overwhelmed because it's been a rough weekend of my entire family fighting with each other, and it's just been very stressful. And my one brother is getting to the point where, like...
This is your out-of-state brother?
No, he lives in Lancaster. This is a 28-hour workday brother. It's getting to the point where he is just being so confrontational and stubborn and hurtful.
About what?
About anything.
Why?
About whatever he wants to be about. First it was about the vaccine.
And this is all through text?
All through text.
It feels like... I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. It feels like he's looking for fights.
He is.
Why?
We don't know.
With your family?
Yes.
Is he married?
Yes.
Has he got kids?
Yes.
I mean, a lot of that can make somebody just constantly mad.
Well,
but listen,
I text his wife. I text my sister-in-law, and I was like, what is going on with him? Like, he's being...
He's the one with the super hippie wife, or no?
No.
I can't keep these people
it's
straight.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's already a pretty stubborn, hard to deal with, difficult person.
How old is he?
He is 35, I think, or 36.
And what does that stem from? Everything else aside, is this how you've known him growing up? And
he's
why?
Always been this way. He's always been...
Anybody figure out why? Or?
Well, he's always been like... needs to prove that he's right about everything, and he's always been stubborn, but it's been like
so he has an
10.
inferiority complex.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has like it's been like times 10 lately, to the point where he doesn't really care who he's upsetting in the things that he says. And
so he talks to his family the way he would talk to anyone else.
He's been talking to us like we're strangers on the internet, like that he's just trying to fight with, and nobody understands what's going on.
Do you think this is his version of grieving?
It's got to be.
I think that's what it is.
I talked with my other brother on the phone yesterday because he was going off in our group text about our sibling vacation next year. And
is he invited?
He is invited, but
he can't make it.
No,
because of the 28-hour workdays.
No, right? No, I don't want to put too much of my family's business out there.
No, just the broad strokes.
He's just upset with a situation that he wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
As part of the vacation, it came to light, and he lost his mind on everybody, essentially is what it is. That all 4 of us...
There were no bottomless Mai Tais.
Yes. And he, as a Christian, needs his bottomless Mai Tais.
I like a bottomless Jesus, and I like bottomless Mai Tais, all right?
Both in a white robe.
If you know me at all...
But so he was just really, really oppositional yesterday to everybody, and nobody knew where it came from, what was going on. My other brother called me and was like, what is happening? And then I told him about how he and I went in on it when the vaccine got approved, and we were fighting for weeks and yada, yada, yada. And so that's what my other brother was like. I think he's just finally processing what's going on with Dad.
Did I meet him at your dad's thing?
Yeah, you met both my brothers, yeah. Just in a passing, hey, how are you type of deal. Right. But that's what we're thinking, is that maybe he's like the finality of my dad being dead is hitting him, maybe, and it's just the way that he's processing it. But it is.
So is everybody giving him kind of a wider berth, or no?
No, because we're like, what are you doing, dude? Like, relax. We're on the same team, and he's going off about how he's never been treated fairly in the family, and nobody ever liked him. And well, he's very difficult to get along with. Okay. He's very, very hard to bond with. And at the end of it, he's like, you guys wonder why I have walls up, and it's because you treat me this way. I was like, you've been yelling at everybody for 2 hours.
I'll tell you what, I saw a very popular shirt a few years ago. You might want to send him one. It says, boy, these people love these shirts. F your feelings. Mm-hmm. Send him one of those. That'll get him right.
It's just tough. And the things he's been saying with what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, a lot of
Vitriol.
Is that the word?
Anger.
No, like he's just throwing it out there and doesn't really care about how it affects anybody or like carelessness. He's just kind of putting these things in the world like, screw you, this is how I feel. It doesn't matter. This is my stance. And
sure.
So he's
not going to step on his freedoms.
He's just being very upsetting.
Yeah.
And today's the 8-month anniversary of my dad dying. So like,
you're burying the lead. Everybody around here buries the lead. You
asked me why I was upset, and I'm mostly upset about the family thing.
But you opened with the anniversary of your dad's death.
Well, yeah. But that wasn't yesterday. That was today.
An anniversary.
That's what I'm saying. It's today.
A death anniversary.
Right. Yeah. Well,
but
so
it's
not just a
annual
lot.
until it's one year.
Right. So. Not anniversary. Whatever. It's
month-iversary.
Month-iversary.
Yeah, I understand.
So it's just been an emotional weekend.
Okay.
With my idiot family.
My Idiot Family coming this fall to CBS with the Mary Santora. All right, what?
I was just going to make her feel better. I
bet you weren't. Go ahead.
A gathering for my friend's birthday over the weekend. I stepped in poop and tracked it all through the house.
Aww,
and so,
yay.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
Why would that make her feel better?
Because he did something stupid.
It was a very stupid moment.
All right. Listen, I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Got all our digits up there. Thank you to Chort Havelflan for helping out earlier with the video. Or is it Flan? Havel?
I believe it's Havel.
Havelflan?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's a name.
Havelflan.
What's that?
Havelflan.
Havelflan, right. Somebody suggested the new Mary Santora show should be called Mostly Fam.
Mostly fam, yeah.
That's not bad. It's also been clarified to me, too, that tonight is a split doubleheader. So MMS will have pregame tonight at 7:05, first pitch at 7:40. They are playing the Twins in Minnesota twice today. So if you're a Minnesota Twins fan, if you've got that Kirby Bucket jersey, matted and glassed and framed,
why wouldn't you, honestly?
It's a big, big day for you. Right now, middle of the third. Really creeping along there. Both teams scoreless right now. So 7:40 tonight is going to be the second part of that doubleheader from, I think, Target Field is where the Twins play, up there in Minneapolis. I remember a couple of summers ago, we didn't go this last year for obvious reasons, but usually once a summer, we plan this big thing with people my wife went to high school and college with. We'll rent an island or something, and we'll all go up there, and everybody's, parents now, and we'll just get tons of booze and, just have a good time over the course of a couple of days. And the year before last when we went, there's about a dozen of us. We're on the lake, so we're just sticking around and drinking and playing around. And summer before last, when we were loading up on our way up there, go to northern Michigan for this, and we stopped off at one of those, get your gas, get your beef jerky, get your whatever. And as an impulse...
gas station?
What's that? No, those places, the gas station's one thing. I'm talking about the beef jerky outlet. That's right.
I think it's exits 15 or 17.
There's a bunch of them.
Oh, no.
But what I'm saying is, these are...
Who can afford beef jerky? This is him showing off his privilege again. He's got beef jerky money.
I just walk around and smell it.
Yeah, smells are free.
But they've got popcorns and pretzels and all that. So
I don't care about the popcorns and the pretzels. I want the beef jerky, but I can't afford it. It costs $80 a bag.
Yeah, well, it is bespoke. But these are it's really the cows that are privileged. But the gas is almost an afterthought at these places. So it's not, it's not a Sunoco you're pulling into. It's a beef jerky outlet. And so as an impulse buy, summer before last, when we were on our way up, I bought, because it was hanging there on one of those coat racks, a giant plastic tub full of airplane-sized bottles of Fireball. Right?
I remember you talking about that.
Because I thought it would be fun. Like, this will be, even if you're not a huge Fireball fan, you can still have a little bit of fun there.
Yeah, I like doing things like that on vacation. You'll drink something that you normally wouldn't drink. Like, I'm not...
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And boy, was I rebuffed with extreme prejudice. Everybody's like, what? No! I'm like, you don't want to, we're going to get kooky and whatever, Kooky. And I was like...
I would have joined you.
It was a flop.
It was a flop. I've still got that bucket 95% full in my basement as we speak of tiny airplane Fireball bottles.
They couldn't add it into another drink.
Sunday.
What's that?
Bring it Sunday.
Maybe. Hey, anybody want an airplane bottle size of Fireball? It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, Fireball's not my favorite thing in the world, but I do think of it as a party drink. Like you said, something you wouldn't normally have. And there it is in a tiny... I didn't bring a giant bottle and I'm pouring it around. So I was surprised at how few people...
People be like, it's so disgusting. I hate the way it tastes. Like, what alcohol tastes good? Go ahead and tell me which one actually is the one that tastes good. No,
Malort. Delicious.
Grow up.
Delicious.
No, they're not.
Jägermeister.
What is wrong with you?
What?
None of this is good.
What? Goldschlager. I don't know what you're talking about. These are all Sambuca.
What are you?
And I hate black licorice. That just goes to show you.
You named 3 black licorice liquors in a row.
I know. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Sambuca, Jaeger. What's the one you forgot?
It's like I don't like grapefruit.
Fernet.
I don't like
Fernet.
I don't like grapefruit the fruit, but I like grapefruit flavored beers and booze and Anywho. And I mention all this because Fireball is releasing a keg.
Whoa.
So
what?
I'm doubling down.
Gotta hit up my friend Raj. See, my buddy Raj, for whatever reason, he's all in on Fireball.
I feel like it's a very immature drink.
A very what?
Immature drink.
Oh, immature.
Oh, yes,
well, there's no
absolutely.
such thing as an immature drink. I mean, is there
Like,
really?
would you have
Four
like
Loco's not a mature drink.
or like Orloff or something like that?
I think it's actually the other way. You're mature enough, you know yourself so well and are self-aware where you go, I want to get messed up really fast and I don't want to look back. So yes, I'm going to go for Four Loko. You know, Drunk Sue calls us all the time. I think that she is one of the most self-aware people I've ever met in my life. She goes, yeah, Four Loko. I'm not looking to pussyfoot around. I'm not going to sit there with a gin and tonic like Alan will at a wedding in Colorado. I want Four Loko. She's like those dudes that were behind me at the wedding in Detroit asking the old bartender, do you guys have Monster? And she just looked at him. She's like, beer and wine and booze, bro. What do you want from me? Fireball is releasing a keg filled with over 115 shots that can be poured out of multiple spouts. Because you don't want to wait around for Jim to be done with the spout. 115 shots.
No.
What?
No one needs this.
This is not about need. This is about want.
No one wants
No one
this.
is suggesting
No
that you
one
need
asked
this. No one says, oh, you need a Fireball thing with 115 shots in it.
This would be a very fun thing to walk around with at the Muni lot.
And just spray it into people's mouths.
Spray it, like,
oh my God.
I don't know if he'll spray, but like,
no,
hey.
you could probably rig it in a way that you could
Put
spray.
a hose there.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I mean, but people always, and the keg says, tastes like heaven, burns like hell.
Yeah, that's their...
Is that their
that's
tagline?
thing.
All right. Well, then they're sticking with it. But, you know, every few years, Four Loko, everybody freaked out. Remember, Natty Light had that 76-pack a couple years ago, and people were freaking out about that. What's that?
The Pabst Blue Ribbon did the 99
there you
beers.
Go. You needed a spot.
The family pack is what they call it.
Yeah, the family pack. You big old family. You know, Bacardi had to stop pretty much making 151 because people kept setting themselves on fire.
Can't handle it.
That's right. If you can't, and you're proving my point. If you can't handle your high, you should be more self-aware. If you don't know what you can handle,
I don't know if it's about self-aware though. I think
It
it's
is.
no. I think it's about ego because
that's not self-aware.
That's not self. I agree. With
I
that
had a
one.
151 phase where I was like, "Pfft, that's nothing. Watch me, and then I got thrown out of Backstreet Boys concert.
You're an extreme case by your own admission.
What, alcoholism all of a sudden is a problem?
It's a lifelong problem. I understand, right? One day at a time. The motto isn't, take it month by month.
Yeah, figure it
it's
out.
one day at a time.
1 minute.
But if you want your family to stop concentrating on your brother, that's always your answer.
relapse.
Yeah, relapse.
There you go.
Well, anywho, my mind immediately went back to the failed bucket of Fireball bottles that still resides in my basement. And every time we have a grown-up party, it will come with me in the hopes of maybe over the course of the next half decade, that bucket end up being empty. But as much as the people that we were with like to rock, I was genuinely surprised that to a person, I think one guy was like, what the hell, I'll do it.
Didn't want to make you feel like an idiot.
Didn't want to make me feel like an idiot. Well, I didn't feel like an idiot. I was just surprised. I go, well, I'm gonna have some. I was just surprised that nobody was,
Because it's like, it's kind of kitschy and fun to do it that way, too. It's not like you're bringing bottles like, this is the kind of liquor I want to drink.
Yeah.
Those little airplane bottles.
But like later on, I found
drink
out
most anything out of those.
But over the course of the weekend, I found like that one of the dudes was like doing bumps upstairs or something. I'm like, you rebuffed my Fireball?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not the same.
The way in which I would consume 151 was immature, but the drink itself was not immature. Like 151.
That's a distinction without a difference.
Nah, the 151 and pineapple juice, I'm like, it tastes just like wine. And then everyone's like...
You've never had wine before, had you?
It does taste like
151
wine.
and pineapple juice tastes like wine? Can anyone else here confirm that?
151 and grape juice, my apologies.
I remember being at a party, and I didn't party often. I guess this was after I started drinking in my mid-20s, and I was on the air in Michigan. And I was at some party where they had the giant, garbage.
Juice.
Yeah, jungle juice. And somebody had the 151, and they were doing, and somebody caught the curtains on fire and the whole thing.
Why
I laughed.
151
I go, I don't
is-
need to know how this plays out.
It's also what was used in flaming Dr. Peppers. So if you put the 151 in there because you can
Yeah.
set it on fire and then you drop it in the middle, whatever. So people were idiots and they thought you could blow it out, but really what you're doing is you're blowing flaming liquid
Right,
all over.
all
the
over.
Yes. It's like it will go out when you drop it in the beer. I promise. Like you're gonna
This
be.
is what
okay.
you get in a nation that doesn't understand science, thinks it's all fake. Well, your lack of eyebrows, sir, should prove that that's not fake.
The strainer on like the top of the bottle should prove to you that that's not fake. Like you can't even pour a certain amount out because they're like, you will light yourself on fire. It is flammable. And they're like, let me try it anyway.
Yeah.
I used Everclear last year to start a fire with because we had like a charcoal grill when I was on vacation, and they didn't have any lighter fluid. Like the whole town was out. So it's like
dual purpose.
Let me get some Everclear.
Yeah,
and the guy's
that'll
like,
do it.
This will probably work.
Is there a strainer on top of that bottle?
Absolutely worked. They put that on most, like, if anything's like a handle, it's got this strainer on it.
I've only seen that on 151 bottles. I guess I don't drink that.
Like Tito's has it, and like most whiskeys, but it's got to be like the big bottle.
The whole handle.
Yeah.
Alan, what about Black House? God, remember Black
Black
House?
House. I loved me some Black House.
I remember
there's
doing.
a-
I remember doing a live broadcast when I was out in Pittsburgh at the outdoor shed. It's Star Lake Amphitheater. It's like Blossom. I've talked about it before, and people who listen in Pittsburgh know exactly what I'm talking about. And I was on in the afternoon. I was doing my show while they were doing sound check and setting up. It was like whatever that Family Values tour. Remember that? It was like Korn, Limp Bizkit, whatever. And so we are off on the on like one of these side areas, and I'm doing the show. And there are Black House girls walking around with trays of Black House shots. And I had never had it before. And I go, oh, this is delicious.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? I'm not familiar with this.
It's
Raspberry.
blackberry liqueur or something, yeah. And so by
It's 100 proof too.
by the end of the show,
Yeah.
I was falling over in the.
That's
I mean,
wounds.
not only should I have not been doing anything similar to that while on the air, I threaded the needle there legally. But the fact that I was not at the studio operating the broadcast,
Yeah.
I was just on remote doing the show, but I got obliterated
Yeah.
on this because I didn't feel it coming.
No, because it tastes good and it's like,
I didn't handle my high that day.
I had a very, I had a phase for about a summer where I was doing, they're called wet.
Yeah! WAP shots?
Yes, they're called WAP shots. So it's Black House, watermelon pucker, and then pineapple juice.
I
And
like
it
how
is
for you,
good.
I like how for you and so many other people, the Black House is just not enough. Right? They go, here is something that in shot form will knock you on your ass eventually. They go,
It
hey.
just makes it taste like juice when
No,
you
I
add the other stuff
understand.
to it.
I get it.
So you just
But-
want it to taste a little like when you talk about Black House tasted good enough, but when you add the watermelon and the pineapple, it's like those things are deadly.
But nobody was adding like watermelon juice to this.
Okay,
They
but
were-
watermelon pucker is like 14%. Like it's a mixer. It's not really. You're not gonna. You could drink a whole bottle of watermelon pucker and not get drunk.
All I'm saying is, Black House was delicious.
Yes.
Nothing in me said, this needs 2 more liqueurs in it before I drink it.
just saying.
But again, that's you. I get it.
Very good.
No
I had
doubt.
about a solid 6 weeks where that was all I was drinking.
All she was drinking.
I would. I do because you do like 3 shots of it and you're set because it's 100 proof liquor.
Mary, why is your toilet water always purple? Just lucky, I guess. It's all that eggplant parm I've been eating. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Got a couple things for you.
Oh.
First, for the habitual Fireball drinkers, I suggest they look up why it's banned in Europe. There's like the syrupy substance in it that makes it kind of jelly-like is actually banned in Europe and a lot of other places because long-term effects are really bad. Just something to look up.
And
The other
people
thing
do
is,
care about what goes in their body these days.
Well,
so
yeah,
it's a good point.
I've heard about that. You know what's in it, Mike, is the stuff that makes antifreeze taste sweet when a woman's trying to kill her husband with it.
Exactly.
Propylene
Mary, would you
glycol.
like some Fireball?
Right.
Fireball.
All right, what else, Mike?
Yeah, no, I wanted to call in. I was about the Met Gala, and so I think it's so ridiculous to even talk about this. Like these prop and frill, like they put makeup all over their bodies, like right, like you're the high-def cameras are set up in a certain way where they have angles, they have the exact height already predetermined on where pictures can be taken. You know, you kind of lose your bad boy cred when you dress up in a costume.
I must tell you,
over your arms.
I must tell you, I genuinely don't even know what the Met Gala is. Is it a dance? Do they eat?
It's a gala.
Is there dancing? Or what is it?
It's a ball. It's like a luncheon, and then they have
a dinner, I thought.
Is it?
No, it's at the art gallery. It's at a museum.
Okay, so well, I know the Met. I'm just saying I don't know what the Met Gala is.
Wait, it's not for the Mets?
It's not the Mets.
Oh,
No,
I thought it was for the Mets.
Didn't you see Keith Hernandez walking around last year with that pole with a fake head of his on it?
I thought this is how they raise money to pay Francisco Lindor.
No, this is for the '86 Mets, the ones everybody loved and remembered. So everybody's
free.
So
that's free to get into. So this is how they make it free for anybody who's
fundraising.
Right. Okay. So that explains. Okay. So this is their big fundraiser. It's like $30,000 a pop or whatever. And because I'm like, there's no way people in some of these outrageous costumes are sitting down at a table to eat anything. Like it's,
Machine Gun Kelly. He's a famous art connoisseur. He loves his Monets and his Picassos. That's just his deal, right?
Money and pickles is what you meant.
Monet, Manet, tippy tippy day day. I don't know. It's fine with me. I just whatever. People complain about MGK.
I don't think he was at the Met Ball though. I think he was at the VMAs. I don't think he was.
He was at the VMAs with Megan Fox, I believe.
Oh, really? I thought that was the Met Gala.
No, I don't think their costumes were weird enough. They just had kind of rock and roll clothes on. But were they the same night?
No, the VMAs was Sunday, Met Ball was Monday.
That's what I thought, that they were two different nights. So they could have ostensibly, because they're in the same town, gone to one and gone to the other. But, okay, hey, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the call. Aisel.
Hey, Alan.
It's an embarrassment of riches around here. We don't hear from Aisel for months, and now we get him twice in a few days. What's going on?
Isn't it amazing? I'll tell you. Hey, Bill. Hey, Mary. How you doing?
Good.
All right. I got a shot for you, Alan. You ever heard of a stunt man?
I have heard of a stunt man.
It's the tequila with salt and lemon. Nothing unusual about that. It's how you do it.
Well, you snort the salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you tip your head after you do the shot. You tip your head back and squeeze a lemon in your eye.
That's not real.
It is. I knew a dude that used to, and I don't know if it's
real.
I knew a dude that played rugby, and so those guys are always looking for new ways to destroy their bodies, and yeah, he used to do stuntman shots.
I've done a couple of them just to impress the college boys.
And I bet it worked, didn't it, Aisel?
Oh, yeah.
Now, just to be clear, you weren't in college, were you? You were just trying to impress them, and I'm sure they were impressed. I was always partial. I was always partial to the Harry Buffalo shots, which I'm sure Mary will remember. The Harry Buffalo shots were at the end of the night, where you'd squeeze the bar rag into a shot glass.
Yeah.
Yummy.
I never did that.
Well,
what college were you? What college were you trying to impress, Aisel?
Well, John Carroll boys drinking here in the Cleveland Heights area.
Oh, all right.
And,
And were they impressed? Did they at least pick up the tab for your stuntman shots?
Oh, absolutely not.
But all those John Carroll kids, they've just got cash falling out of their pockets.
Well, I didn't need it at the time.
Not at the time, but okay, listen. Thank you, Aisel. Go put some lime juice in your eye, all right?
Right.
Got to make sure that you're common correct. Who thinks what?
Putting lemon juice in your eye for a shot. You can't even enjoy the shot.
Telling you, these rugby guys, they're coming up with reasons. They're coming up with things to hurt themselves. That's how they get their fortitude for the pitch. That's how they get their... You all right?
Yeah, prove you're tough.
Gesundheit.
You can take anything. You can take a little lemon juice in the eye. It's not going to stop you. You're tough.
There you go. Black House is 80 proof.
There's a 100 proof one.
That's what I thought too.
At least I'm almost positive we had the 100 proof one.
It might have been more back in the day. Sometimes they.
I've never had a Black House.
Sometimes they see what happens and like, we should fix it.
Need to be 100 proof.
Alan, the most disgusting shot I've ever witnessed was in Kentucky. I saw two hillbillies slamming a 252.
What's that?
A room temperature concoction of Bacardi 151 and Wild Turkey 101.
You know what? There was another.
I love it. I love you,
God.
Kentucky. You are the bluegrass state and so much, much more.
My go-to alcoholic shot was called the Captain's Treasure, and it was 100-proof Captain, overproof Captain Morgan.
And the guy to your left would be elbow deep in your shorts.
Correct.
Yep.
He's digging for booty. It was overproof Captain and Goldschlager. Yeah, that's it. There was no mixers, no nothing. It was just cold.
Yeah.
Really high proof liquor.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Let's say the 2 shots.
It was 2 shots, yes.
All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. I will have Cedar Point passes for you when we come back from this break. Halloween weekend's almost here. You can buy your tickets at cedarpoint.com. I'll have a couple passes for you coming back. 35192 if you want to text. right, Cedar Point's Hollow Weekends is back. You get tickets here. Family-friendly delights and evening frights are back. They're introducing even more Hollow Weekends for everybody to enjoy expanded hours on Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Get your tickets now, cedarpoint.com. A couple of passes here for you to enjoy Hollow Weekends. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We're giving away 4 packs for Hollow Weekends, by the way, at WMMS.com. So get over there and register to win those. You'll get a pair from me all week, right around this time. But if you're looking, yes, Alan, 2 just isn't enough to accommodate all of the fun that I want to have. Well, we have 4 packs for you for Hollow Weekends now at WMMS.com. Hit the contest tab, and you can get in on that. If you listen to this show, by the way, on iHeartRadio. If you listen to it anywhere, thanks. If you listen to it on iHeartRadio because you're out of state, and you must, tell me where you do that. I'd like to know where people are. Christine and Joe listen in Holly Ridge, North Carolina. Wade is in Weirton, West Virginia. Don't you have a West Virginia show coming up?
It was Saturday.
That wasn't in Weirton. That was in Morgantown.
Yeah, that was the one that's the West Virginia show that I had.
How was it?
It was great. It was a really fun show.
All right.
Did you know that Morgantown has a monorail?
Monorail. Yeah, I know that.
I didn't know that. I thought I had performed in Morgantown before, but I guess I haven't. And I'm walking to the venue, and all of a sudden this little train goes by over my head. I'm like, what the hell is that thing? And they're like, yeah, it's our monorail. We're really proud of this. It's the one that Disney was based on. I'm like, well, they could probably paint it.
It's what put Shelbyville on the map.
Yeah.
And North Haverbrook. Yeah, it's their rapid transit system. You got to get all those drunk mountaineers from point A to point B.
I get it. I just a monorail is just something you don't see very often. Because the cars are so little in it.
Yeah, you want to get it's like the People Mover in Detroit.
Yeah.
You want to get those WVU students from campus to the amazing downtown Morgantown experience is what you want to do.
Hey, that's a nice block.
It really is.
It was a really fun show. It was, 20 people or so. Not a huge show, but like great. Just good laughers. Good show.
Those 20 people were laughing like they were 5 times as big.
Really, they were.
The crowd size, not the people size.
It was a lot of fun. A lot of driving. I drove the wrong way on the way down there.
Dummy?
Yeah.
You know what direction West Virginia is.
Yeah, but I confused
North Virginia.
Morgantown with Wheeling. Isn't there a college in Wheeling too?
Oh. There's a
Don't
casino.
know about that.
I've only played the casino in Wheeling.
Yeah, well, I've done shows in Wheeling, so like I was going to Wheeling, and then by the time I looked at my GPS again, I was like, hey, why is it still 3 hours away? And it's like, oh, because you are an idiot and you added an hour to your trip because you didn't actually look to see how to get to West Virginia.
Wheeling University is there, but you knew you weren't performing at Wheeling University.
No, I thought there was another one.
West Liberty University? I don't know how close these are all
anyway,
to each other.
It doesn't matter.
Did you end up in Triadelphia?
I kind of... I don't know. I just went south, but it's really pretty down there. So it was a
West Virginia's a beautiful part of the country.
But like even that part of Ohio, like central Ohio, well, I guess it'd be
because Wheeling's right on the border. I think isn't part of Wheeling in Ohio.
Well, I didn't get all the way down to Wheeling, so I got down to 70, then went across, cut through like that, that area of Pennsylvania and Ohio where it's all those rolling hills.
Yep,
which is just awesome. So lovely.
I messed up my trip too, but I was just going down to the funny stop, and I looked down because I did the same thing where when you go down 77 you have to get off on 271, but I got off on 271 south.
Ooh.
So I'm driving and it's still like 40 minutes, and I'm like, no way. And then I was just in Medina and I was like, now what? Like, so I was a little backed up in the same way where I was like, man, Medina, I didn't realize how farmy it was, that it's just like
Dine's the sticks.
So to the sticks.
Well, like there's like the city, which is like very suburb, but like the outs, yeah, like
where I was,
Medina
by
County,
Richfield.
yeah, that's very. I mean, that's Summit County actually, but
wherever it was,
it is still
know.
very farmy. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I grew up across the street from a cornfield.
That's crazy.
Like all the country music stuff that you love, I grew up and traumatized by.
Hey,
so I don't like
it. Thank you to everyone who came out to the Funny Stuff. It was so fun. So fun. The difference between being on the road where no one cares about you and no one knows who you are and they have to cancel your shows because nobody showed up, and then performing for people who specifically came to see you because they know who you are and already enjoy you. Man, night and day.
You're saying those are two different experiences.
They are. What'd you know?
Wow. I'll tell you what.
I only had
epiphanies galore today on the Alan Cox Show.
I only had one negative comment all weekend. A woman came up to me on Saturday and was like, after the show, I'm selling CDs, and it was a great show. Or it was Friday. Which day was September 11th? Was that Friday?
That was Saturday.
You're not supposed to forget that.
Sorry,
Stupid.
I knew it was September 11th, but it was.
How did she forget?
When September 11th was.
It was a fantastic show. Every show that weekend, there wasn't a dud in the crowd. And so we were hanging out and we're selling CDs and I'm talking to people and whatever. And this woman walks up to me and she looks at the CDs and she looks at me and she goes, you know, today is September 11th. And I was like, I do. She goes, well, you didn't mention it. And I was like, what would you have liked me to say? And she goes, well, it would have been nice if you would have, I don't know, shown some appreciation. I think that the troops deserved more than that. And then she like started to walk away, and I was like,
"What? Yeah, okay."
Well, she started to like walk away. I was like, "Ma'am, I'm sorry." And she goes, "You should have done better." And she like left in a big huff that nobody on the show mentioned that it was September 11th.
So she came to laugh, is what you're trying to say.
Yes.
I like how people think that if they don't mention September 11th, it'll completely go over everyone's head.
Right.
I was sitting there because I was like on Saturday, I go, I'm really not going to tweet about 9/11.
Right.
Because, but what I did tweet was, 9/11 was also the day that John Ritter died, and I was a huge, huge fan of John Ritter. So here's a picture of John Ritter and my tweet. But, you know, you're not going to do anything about 9/11 20 years hence.
Yeah.
Where people are going to go, oh, that's an interesting take.
Well, here's the thing. I opened with a 9/11 joke, and I bet she would have been upset about that, too.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, what would you... I think she just wanted maybe
She wanted like a tribute or something. Yeah.
I'm guessing either she had a family member or like it was related to a firefighter or something that she just wanted acknowledgement. Like, hey, I don't even know what she was looking for. Just told me to be better, and she was very upset and huffed out the door.
Huh.
You know who she'd like? Your brother.
Huffed out the door.
Huffed and puffed
and blew your comedy house in.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It was a strange one. Nobody asked me well, actually, one girl did ask me if I was 45, but it was a joke.
Hey, are you 45? No, but I know where you're going with this. Speaking of 9/11, there was a float in Valparaiso, Indiana. You know, the locals call it Valpo, just to be folksy. There's something that they do every year. It was the popcorn festival there in Valparaiso, Indiana. I don't know why they do it in Valparaiso. This was the 42nd annual popcorn festival. And I thought, well, maybe just because there's all that corn in Indiana. But they specifically do it to honor Orville Redenbacher, who is from Indiana. You know, Valpo's got a couple of things going for it. I'm not sure why they had to throw their backs out making that grab. Orville Redenbacher is from a town that is 3 hours south of Valparaiso. So it's not like he's a local hero. Nevertheless, they say that it's to honor Orville Redenbacher, proud son of the Hoosier state. And some people are upset because a local Republican, I wanted to show this to you, but you'll have to find it for yourself.
I have it.
Oh, you do?
I do have it on the
live stream?
Yeah.
If you're watching the live stream, there was a float that some people took umbrage with that the Valparaiso Republicans had put into the parade.
It's very strange.
It's 9/11, never forget, and they have basically they have created two World Trade Center towers, both of them with holes, that they then have smoking. There's like a fog machine inside or something, and so there's smoke coming out of these, and the holes where the planes had hit, and people really, really were upset with this, and I'm kind of not sure why.
It just seems insensitive.
But does it? They weren't like, ha, let's, I mean, I don't know.
It's a weird thing to build. Like it
was a strange thing to put in the popcorn festival. Now, if they had popcorn coming out of those holes, that would have been amazing. If they had World Trade Center effigies with popcorn being popped and spilling out of the holes, at least it would have been somewhat in line with what they're trying to do here. On its own, I guess the Valparaiso Republican party there, or organization or whatever, took a bunch of heat. At the very least, it's a weird thing to put in this popcorn festival, is being towed just on a trailer, being towed by a big 150 or something. But
it's like, I understand, like putting like firefighters and police and like some sort of tribute to them is one thing, but like building a reenactment, like that's weird.
You didn't have to have the holes, just have the
but
towers.
But they don't have model airplanes circling
No,
it.
but they have holes in there with smoke coming out.
Yeah, I know, but again,
Like,
it's not that something that didn't happen. I mean,
I know, but
it's
I'm
a
saying,
representation of something that happened 2 decades ago.
But it's a weird way of
honoring.
I agree.
I
think that
because we're not honoring, like, the buildings are not what we're on. We're honoring the people that died in the buildings. The first responders that lost their lives trying to save those people. Those are the people that we're never supposed to forget. Like the buildings,
and that's their explanation. Obviously,
different.
they had to go on Facebook, and the county GOP chairman had to say that it was the people that we lost on September 11th, and the courage and sacrifice of Afghanistan, and blah blah blah.
Did we talk about it on this show like years ago when that mattress company had the September 11th sale?
Yeah,
and it was
Prices are falling faster than the Twin Towers.
Yeah, it was like twin
that.
mattresses, and then the commercial was them knocking down like it's stuff like
big old stacks of mattresses and going, "We'll never forget."
Yeah.
Yeah, those are local businesses engaging in supremely bad taste to try to get eyeballs on what they're doing. And again,
eyeballs.
I don't even know what you think in a situation like that. I don't even know what you think the end game is going to be. I don't know what you...
Savings.
Yeah. Deals, Alan.
Sure. And then when people firebomb your mattress showroom, you'll figure out what... So yeah, I thought this was a really weird forum for this. And some of the people who watched it go by, I don't know what they thought they were until they got close enough to see the 9/11 Never Forget banner down there. But
I mean, you know what they are as soon as you see them. Like, it wasn't like I was confused about what I was seeing.
They also weren't especially tall, so from a distance,
they're kind of chodes.
That's what I was saying. They kind of look like speakers because then they had like the World Trade Center Plaza in between them, and I'm like, okay, it would have taken me a second to figure out what was going on there.
World Trade Center is the Twin Towers were much thinner than these ones. These were definitely
much thinner.
At the time, like I obviously when the attacks happened, I was like 9 or 8, but like I thought the Empire State Building was the tallest building in the world. I didn't even know like the World Trade Center was a thing until it got hit.
Well, and the thing with the World Trade Center was, and that was the second time it got bombed, but the World Trade Center wasn't even that old. Like, I think the World Trade Center got finished about the time I was born.
Yeah,
and I'm not old
70s,
at all, Bill.
Yeah. You're pretty old.
Again, those buildings were only about 30 years old when they got hit. But so, as a kid, you didn't know about the World Trade Center, Poundcake?
I didn't either.
You didn't see it in movies or anything?
No. I mean, you don't. I guess you really don't pay attention to the buildings that are in the New York
I was like
skyline
11.
movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought the Empire State Building, that was the more famous one. That was in all the movies, and
Yeah, but any scene of the New York skyline, you had those two huge
but we didn't
towers.
know
I didn't know what it was.
You see them, but it doesn't mean
I never
you know
heard of the World Trade Center
you can
before
name
it got
all the
hit.
buildings. Yeah.
No. Oh, so you're saying you didn't know what they were called?
I don't even think I noticed them. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. There's two huge towers on the New York skyline.
Thinking back, I don't think I really remembered the New York skyline in the movies. I think when they film in New York, they always go to like the Empire State Building. It's always like the Empire State Building. That was the more famous one. So I never paid attention to the World Trade Center. I think it was probably too professional to film any movies there because I guess nothing really interesting went on there. There's a lot of secrets.
Here's a little Poundcake moment from my childhood. When I was a little kid, I thought it was the entire state building.
Entire state building?
Because I thought it was like, it's like the size of the entire state. Like this is very young.
Think of all the bathrooms that place must have.
What I didn't know is that there was a Secret Service headquarters inside the World Trade Center.
There were a lot of things inside the World Trade Center. Yeah,
I didn't realize. I didn't realize it was such a target. I'm like, I know it's called the World Trade Center, but I didn't.
It got bombed. It got bombed the first time. I think you were probably 1
right?
year old. Yeah, maybe.
And it was
that early 90s.
Yeah.
Put
In the parking garage.
Yeah, put a truck down there. But yeah, I mean,
so what's stopping like the Freedom Tower from stuff like? Do you think they got like a 100-mile like flight pattern? Like if anything comes within the vicinity, they send the jets.
I have to think something's different there. I don't know what that would be.
I mean, that's what all the safety protocol that we go through is so you don't hijack planes.
I understand that, but there's stuff in other countries that you can't pay attention to.
I think they're probably keeping more of it, and you can't believe they didn't at the time, but they're probably keeping more of an eye on who's enrolling in flight schools and isn't worried about landing. Even that is the craziest part of that whole story when they were trying to figure out, chapter and verse of everything that happened. They were like, well, it didn't come to anyone's attention that there were about a dozen people enrolling in American flight schools that weren't concerned with landing. They just wanted to know how to take off. All these Monday morning quarterback articles that were being written 20 years ago. And you're like, oh, my God. What? You got an A+ on your takeoff, but your landing, I'm going to have to give you an incomplete on that. Well, it's weird because they were also doing all these stories because it was the 20th anniversary. They were doing all these stories about kids who were born about that time who just... They don't associate 9/11 with any seismic shift in their lives. Like boomers can tell you, like my mom would always be like, I can tell you where I was when Kennedy was shot, and for a lot of people, 9/11 was there. My son, my daughter wasn't even born yet, my older daughter, my son wasn't even a year old when 9/11 happened.
We had my birthday dinner.
Nora could probably give a dissertation on it, though. She's so smart.
First, I got to get her to remember it, and then... You did what, Poundcake?
I had dinner with my mom. I wouldn't necessarily call it a birthday dinner, but I had dinner with my mom on the weekend of my birthday, and we weren't laughing about 9/11. We were laughing at the fact that I was in an open room, which an open room in elementary school is 2 grades in one. So I had a class of about maybe 40 kids. And this is on 9/11. I remember where I was. I was in the open room, and a class of 40 kids. We were down to 4 by the end of the day. And my mom, she was like, "Well, I was sleeping. I was like, Mom, you came up there at like 3:00. School ended at like 3:20, and she came up there in muumuu and hair rollers, and she's like, all right." I had no idea what the hell was going on. The teachers didn't tell us anything. The students didn't know what was going on.
I yelled at my mom for not picking me up. She's like, you didn't care if we were bombed. I was like, so irrational. I mean, I was 11. But
and ironically, you spent the large part of your adult life being bombed.
And bombing, yes.
All right, listen.
I was just hoping that Bob Evans was going to close down for the day. That's where I was working at the time.
Yeah, I had a bunch of people calling. I wasn't going to bore everybody with airing all of them, but I got a lot of people calling, leave a message on the after-hours line about 9/11 and whatever. And one guy was like, all I remember was that my mom said football practice was canceled for that day, and I was really happy because I wasn't really processing what was going on. But, so it means different things to different people. Yeah, I was in the car, and I found out that football practice was canceled. Let me break here. I will have those Tribe tickets for you a little bit later on, and I'll have them for you all week for the second to last game of the Indians era. It's 25th. It's a Saturday against the White Sox. It's Fan Appreciation Day. I'll have those closer to 5:20 for you. 35192 right now if you want to text for anything. And if you want to listen, you can anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. Rover's Morning. 91007.
You boys and girls, London calling. Now don't look to us. Phony Beatlemania has bitten the dust. London calling. See, we ain't got no swing.
35192, by the way, if you want to text. Never let it be said. Certainly hope I get this point across if I do nothing else today. Never let it be said that you can't learn something from a bunch of dummies. Because even they've got something to teach you. Specifically, this big anti-vax, well, I don't know how big it was, but substantial amount of people there. Big anti-vax protest in London. A bunch of people who inadvertently proved an actual conspiracy theory to be true. The point of this anti-vax group in London was to shut the city down. These were protesters who gathered near Parliament Square. And we haven't cornered the market on, dummies in this country.
No, they're all over the place.
All over the place.
It's a worldwide. It's everywhere.
And the way that they wanted to shut the city down was they wanted to, quote, bring London to a standstill. The way they were going to do this was asking participants to push the traffic light buttons at the exact same time. Shows you how much they know. To bring London to a standstill. And they were hoping that they would gridlock traffic in London between 7 and 10 a.m. This is all over Facebook. They were trying to mobilize all their people. But they inadvertently proved something that a lot of people have suspected to be true, and is in fact true. That pedestrian crossings in London, as in most cities, are entirely automated. Which means that the button doesn't do anything. If you've ever wondered, I stand there and push the button and people go, it doesn't do anything. But you were never really sure if that was the case. It is, in fact, the case.
It's fun to push a button.
Is it?
I mean, who doesn't like to push a button?
I think they've said it must hit some part of your brain that makes you feel like you're doing something.
Yeah.
Much like these anti-vaxxers want to
around
feel like
anyway.
they're doing something.
You're
waiting there.
Push. It's within arm's reach. It's not even that hard to push.
I wonder if that's less now that people are always on their phone. Because before you're like, I'm going to push this button. I'm standing here. It's like you're in an elevator. Now, you just stand there waiting for the light to turn because you're on your phone. So these people, I guess, didn't know enough about the system to realize that those buttons do nothing. They have no impact on when traffic stops. They said it's only at night when there's far less traffic that those buttons actually become active. So if these people had wanted to do this and had done even the smallest bit of what they allegedly love, research, they would have found out that having done this perhaps from 7 to 10 p.m. I know they want to do it in morning rush hour. But if you're still trying to get your point across.
But at 7 to 10 p.m., there's not enough traffic to really gridlock everything. So.
Well, you wouldn't have gridlocked, but you probably would have jammed some things up. Somebody off to get their
but I'm sure there's still a system,
fish and chips.
I'm sure there's still a system in place where it's still rotating. It's still, it's not going to just be like... Oh, we're gonna just turn all the lights red now because there's somebody trying to cross. There's still.
I love it.
What a good plan, though. One of my favorite things is when conspiracy theorists get proven wrong, and then you see their reaction and go, that documentary.
If you're lucky, they do that.
Well, they have to figure out how to move the goalposts quickly, and in the documentary on Netflix about. The flat earthers, I can't remember what it's called, but they do a test to try and figure out if there's a curvature to the earth. And they put these
beyond the wall or something, beyond the
curve.
Beyond the curve, yeah.
Yeah, so they do this whole
beyond
thing.
The wall.
They have these big pieces of styrofoam, and they put them a mile, however long it's supposed to be for the curvature to start. And obviously we're going to put this flashlight here and you're going to see it at the same height on that other piece of styrofoam. And they do it and they go, well, it didn't work. and then they move it up a little bit, and it completely proves that there's a curve there.
They inadvertently disprove their own theory,
Yes,
right? Because this
great.
is what I'm always saying. No one really believes that the Earth is flat.
He also bought...
They're desperate for attention, for something. No one believes that.
See, but that's the thing. There's another guy that bought a Faraday box, but he bought like this compass type thing. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I've seen the clip.
Yeah, but it costs like $20,000.
Jeez.
So he's going to
So
put it in
there's a
this
sucker
box.
born every minute.
Yeah.
Buy a house here for that.
Right, and he bought this thing, puts it in the box, and proves again that the Earth is rotating, and just goes, duh, like no explanation for it. It's very funny, though.
CNN has this Irish guy that goes around, this guy who, what's his name? Donnie O'Sullivan. A more stereotypical Irish name you could not find. But this guy is the one that goes around and very calmly talks to people, whether they were at Trump rallies or whether they're at anti-vax things or whatever. Tells people, well, how do you feel about this and this and this? And they'll tell him, and he'll go, well, you know that was debunked. And they'll go, no, yeah, because here's blah, 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 fake news or whatever. And he sat down with some woman, and he kind of shows her one after the other. And again, these people aren't doing research. They're passing Facebook posts around and calling that research. A lot of pro-vaccine people, by the way, do that too. Facebook is full of, because they did this other, I was watching this other thing, and they're like, they get 6 times the traffic on nonsense on Facebook that real news gets. So people are much happier with nonsense. Bull shrimp is way more popular on Facebook than real news. It makes dummies feel smart or something. I don't know what it is.
And that's also Facebook's fault, because they thrive off of engagement. So if somebody, even if they're like debating whatever, it's getting a bunch of comments. So they're like, we got to show this to more people. It's obviously a hot topic, so let's keep showing it to people.
But it's also kind of, once the toothpaste is out of the tube, you're not going to get it back in, because once these things kind of take on a life of their own, and I'll play a clip here of this Donnie O'Sullivan, and he's talking to this woman who, I guess in her own mind, is very diligent about fact-checking. And,
Trump supporter and skeptical of most fact checks she sees online.
There's a video that Eric Trump retweeted a few days after the election that purported to show Trump ballots being set on fire.
Oh, I've seen that video.
That's false. The election officials who control in Virginia those set of ballots said they're not real ballots. Is that not a good service, that something like that gets, when it's shown to be false?
No.
Why not?
Because why can't somebody say, how do we know that's real? Aren't we smart enough to say, whose video is this?
Eric Trump wasn't smart enough. That video played into the idea on election week that there was all this mass fraud. It played into the idea.
No.
Mary?
Right, so he goes, look, no, because how do we, So once you're in on something, you're not going to, it's a very, very powerful thing in the human brain to be able to do a 180 when you've been proven to be incorrect, because people feel stupid, or they feel, nobody wants to feel like they've been deceived, or that you've been duped or something, But this guy, this Donnie O'Sullivan, I don't know where he's from, if he's like a Dublin bureau chief or if he's over in D.C. or what, but he just sits down with people. He's just so calm, and he's like, well, how to tell you? Crab Miscellaneous! What I like him. Do you want Terry the Goat's Week 1 football picks, by the way? Because I've got them if you want them. Even if you don't want them, I've got them.
All the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way.
All right, every week we get Terry the Goat, who is out there in Carlton, PA. This is her 3rd season with the show. Al is our bureau chief out there. He runs Marcinek Farms, and he's kind enough to avail us of Terry's wisdom. And so each week, she usually sends between 10 and a dozen picks. And we're going to be pitting people against Terry, by the way, at the Cox Out pregame parties, which begin on Sunday morning if you want to join me downtown at the Ivy. So her picks for week 1, and she chose the Browns over the Chiefs, and that did not happen. She picked the Jaguars over the Texans,
That did not happen.
That did not happen. She picked the Eagles over the Falcons. That happened, I believe, by a pretty wide margin. I think the Eagles walked all over the Falcons. She picked the Chargers over the Washington football team. That was what happened. She picked the Steelers over the Bills. A little touch and go there, but the Steelers did beat the Bills. She picked the 49ers over the Lions. That's Janine Garofalo.
That did happen.
And that did happen. She picked the Carolina Panthers over the Jets. That did happen.
She had a good week.
That's where it ends. She picked the Titans over the Cardinals. Titans lost.
They lost big, too.
Yeah, they did. She picked the Patriots over the Dolphins. That did not happen. She picked the Baltimore Ravens over the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh, that was a wild game.
A wild game.
That was... I saw someone say, wow, the Ravens are the first team to lose a game twice.
Yeah, Raiders come back from like a 2-touchdown deficit in, was it double overtime? Or?
No, it was, they tied it up, go to overtime, then they get a touchdown in overtime, because that's how you have to win in overtime if it's the first possession. That gets called back, so then they have this goal line stand. Interception. The Ravens get the ball. They're going down the field. Then Lamar Jackson gets sacked. They get the ball back. And then they were getting ready to kick a field goal to win the game.
Yeah.
There was some sort of penalty or something. So we'll throw it one more time. And they throw a touchdown. Raiders win.
They ran kind of a risky play.
Yeah.
And they won.
It was
33-27 in overtime was the final there. It was also, by the way, the first regular season NFL game ever played in front of people in Vegas.
Yes.
Because last season,
they didn't have
nobody
any people,
there.
Yeah.
61,000 people were at that game
crazy.
last night, right? We passed it when we were in Vegas, but it's got a whole section that opens up, and it's sweet. And then, last but not least, Terry picked the Cleveland Browns over the Kansas City Chiefs. That did not happen. So she went 5-5 for week 1, which is not awful. It's not great, but it's not awful. So maybe she's just kind of... She was off last season. Or was she? No, she wasn't off last season. This is her third season.
This is her third season.
Us.
Last year, I think towards the end, she was doing good for a while.
She was doing all right for a while.
Apart.
I would need to dig up last season's spreadsheet here, but...
I wish she had picked the Saints versus Packers, because that was a ridiculous game.
Didn't see that.
The Saints was like 40-3. Aaron Rodgers did nothing. And he's just like, yeah, you drafted my replacement, just put him in. He is checked out.
I bet it didn't help seeing his ex get knocked up by John Mulaney. I bet he's really over a barrel there, mentally and emotionally, with Olivia Munn deciding to let John Mulaney leave.
Doesn't he have a new lady?
Well, he's married to Shailene Woodley.
Yeah, there you go. He should be fine.
But Bill, I mean, just because he's married doesn't mean that he's probably not a little bit, I don't know, crestfallen?
I think he's just fine.
You think he's okay?
Happy for her.
Okay.
And her new boyfriend and baby.
A little bun in the oven.
Mm-hmm.
Raiders beat the Ravens in OT Monday Night Football. Here you go.
2nd and 14. Can't lose any yards here. Going to throw. Drake picked up the pressure. All alone is Zay Jones, and he will prance into the end zone for the touchdown.
Prance? Yeah. He will prance into the end zone.
He's like that horse walking lady.
Dressage.
Yeah, some people were upset because of the way the guy called. Speaking of Vegas, they've got the first active gay player.
Carl Nassib, yeah.
Carl Nassib. And I guess the play-by-play guy.
Wait, the first player who's actively gay?
He's first open. Michael Sam was gay, but he never played in like a regular season.
Oh, but he
game.
wasn't actively gay.
He's actively gay and actively playing football.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he's
Got
doing
it.
both.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the history-making. Carl Nassib, the first openly gay player to play in an NFL game for the Vegas Raiders. And some people were. Ryan Clark over on SportsCenter referred to him as running butt booty naked, which means he did. Well, I assume is nobody in front of him, right? He's got free and clear, and some people thought that was weird. Again, I think we're looking maybe a little bit too closely at that kind of stuff.
So. I don't think that's a big deal.
I don't know about that. Yeah. But and Jeff Bezos is talking about buying the Denver Broncos.
Oh.
So
the Denver Broncos.
He has no, that I know of, he has no connection whatsoever.
Oh, the Denver Broncos.
I think owning the Denver Broncos is pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, explain to me why it isn't.
You just don't understand football, Mark.
I couldn't find any. I did a bit of a deep dive on Jeff Bezos. I couldn't find any connection to Denver whatsoever. He took his Cuban stepdad's name. So Bezos is his stepdad's name, his birth name, because his parents, his dad's family is Danish. His birth name was Jeff Jorgensen, which Bezos is a better supervillain name than Jeff. Nobody's going to be cower in fear at Jeff Jorgensen.
Jeff Jorgensen.
Yeah, you gotta know with a line through it. Like, yeah. But he was born in Albuquerque, moved to Houston, went to school there for a few years, went to high school in Miami. I don't know what
Wasn't Seattle the epicenter of Amazon?
Well, Seattle, and this is how you know Jeff Bezos has always been this guy from the jump. He was like driving to Seattle with a friend and kind of scratching out the idea for Amazon on a piece of paper. So by the time he got to Seattle, where they were talking about it, but before all that happened, he had said that he wanted to set up his company, which wasn't even a thing yet. He wanted to set it up at an Indian reservation near San Francisco so he wouldn't have to pay any taxes. So he's thinking that far down the road. So he's been this guy the whole time.
Yeah.
But Bezos is a much better name than Jorgensen.
Yes.
With all due respect to any Jorgensens that might be listening, you know what I'm talking about. But the best I could tell, he's got no connection to Denver. And you don't have to.
No,
but sports is one of those things where,
yeah.
he wants to buy a team.
Another thing that happened during last night's Monday Night Football game, there's a player named Max Crosby who got sober in the past. In 2020, he got sober. And so they talked about him being sober for like a good 5 or 6 minutes during the broadcast, which is very rare for something like that.
That's Max with 2 X's.
Yeah, Max with 2 X's.
3 X's would have been like a
and
hooch
Darren
bottle.
Waller and these players that have substance abuse issues and they're in recovery and they're doing well and like they've got, and it was really interesting to hear that on a football broadcast because usually they're not getting that deep and that heavy into stuff, but that was good. It was, I thought, very just kind of heartwarming to hear them talk about it and not like talk about it because I think a lot of times when they talk about this stuff in the past, they'd be like, "Ooh, it's so it's almost like shaming them," but like this is a lot more like talking about the work that he's done to get where he is now because the dude's a beast.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Give it up on all substances except constant steroid shots to the knees.
Well, that's different.
You need those.
He did say that
for work.
He did say though that he needed to work out before this season because he had substituted eating for drinking, which is probably a pretty common thing,
Yup.
Or you substitute something for something else.
When I quit drinking, I was never a dessert person, but I mean, your body converts alcohol into sugar. So when I quit drinking, and this is a very common thing that anyone who gives up booze, you have severe sugar cravings for like a couple months. And they've stuck with me. Like now I eat something sweet after almost every single meal just because it's there. And you're like, oh, the cookie sounds nice.
Probably sit around and cook some soups and eat bread and desserts and just get all fat and sassy.
That was Mary from the very beginning of quarantine.
Well, because you're just like, man, God, I want some chocolate. And then you eat a chocolate bar and you're like, you know what goes good with chocolate bars? Ice cream. And like you just keep
It does?
Oh,
Chocolate bars and ice cream.
They go great
All
together.
right. Well, there you go.
It's a blizzard.
What do you keep emergency chocolate in your home? Or
I don't. I normally would always have some sort of sweet, but I just started this. I started counting my macros on Monday. So I can't have.
How many macaronis have you eaten today?
3.
Macros and cheese is what she's eating a lot of these days.
You know what's really fat?
What?
When I was moving out of
PHAT.
Yeah,
No.
fat dude, cool.
FAT. When I was moving out of my old place with my gays, I found all the fortune cookies I had left over from all the Chinese food that I have ordered over like the past year.
You open a closet and they come like pouring down.
He's like showering them.
And I kept thinking, like, I put some on my nightstand. I was like, okay, so I'm aware of those. I didn't think, and then I was like, oh wow, this is while I was doing it. I was like, oh, I have a lot on my nightstand. I'm just gonna put them in a box underneath my bed, like because
What kind of psycho doesn't open his fortune cookie?
I didn't eat them right. I would be so
nobody eats them, but you open them up and read them.
I would be so full. Yeah, I would be so full from afterwards. I'm like, I'll save them for later, maybe a rainy day when I need a fortune. So I had some on my nightstand, had a box underneath my bed, and then I had some. They poured over from out of the box, and they were in like my shoes. So like I'm getting shoes,
crinkle,
and then fortune cookie falls out. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, let me open this up. And if it says you're gonna die in 7 days, bitch, I am dead.
What did it say?
That is a sign. I don't remember what it was, but it didn't say I was gonna die.
Remember. Okay, well, good.
I just want to show how fat I was because I eat them. I don't eat them I don't use them for the fortune.
People are also pointing out that Jeff Bezos, the Denver Broncos are currently valued at $4 billion.
Are they the most?
No, about that. No, Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. No, they pointed out that Jeff Bezos could buy all of the teams in the NFL and still have $90 billion left. So he
eat the rich, man.
So he's doing just fine. He's got no worries. He's got no worries with anything there.
Yeah, out here mad at ALC.
$4 billion is 2% of his net worth. So. Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. I'll have those Tribe tickets for you for the second to last game in the Indians' era here at home. They're going to play the White Sox on the 25th. It's a Saturday, Fan Appreciation Day, and I will get you and a pal hooked up for that coming back. 35192 to text, and we'll return.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
All right, the end of the Indians era is fast approaching. The very last homestand ever for the Cleveland Indians against the White Sox. The weekend of the 25th and 26th. Very last game there. Progressive Field under the Indians banner. It happened on the 26th. I'll put you there the night before. Saturday, September the 25th. It's Fan Appreciation Day. If you go to WMMS.com, you got a shot to win the fan experience that includes the Indians autographed jersey. So get over to WMMS.com. And make sure you've got the MLB Ballpark app, by the way, if you win these tickets. Just the easiest way to deal with all that stuff. So 2 tickets here for Saturday, the 25th. Tribe, White Sox, end of an era at Progressive Field. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Yeah, we don't need 3. I think Norm Macdonald is enough for one day.
Yeah.
That'll resonate as strongly for some of us as 3 celebrity deaths. We learned at the very top of the show today, or not that far into the show, about Norm Macdonald dying. 61 years old. From a cancer that he told no one he had for the better part of a decade. I don't know if that...
I'm pretty sure he's told some people.
Well, he's got a son. So
Well,
I'm sure
I
his son
imagine
knows,
the doctors probably knew.
Oh, the doctor probably
Yeah, he
knew.
told the doctors he had cancer.
You don't think that he went... You don't
Doc,
think,
I feel like I got cancer.
You don't think he went to WebMD or something?
I mean, it's a great place to diagnose yourself.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty sure I just found out I have cancer on WebMD.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry.
And a scratchy throat.
I
I
didn't
don't even
reali-
have a scratchy throat. I can't even make that joke because of coronavirus. I don't have a scratchy throat.
I didn't realize that Carl Nassib played for the Browns. People were telling me that he was here for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, he was here.
Why didn't he come out here?
He wasn't ready to.
All right. Hey, Dick.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Your thoughts on the death of Norm Macdonald?
Oh, bad. Very bad.
Very bad. I'll tell you what.
Norm would have loved that.
As speaks Dick, so speaks the rest of us. He articulates what we cannot in our grief. What's up, Dick?
Oh, I just wanted to tell you, this is Saturday. I've got my, I was in the class of 1966.
This past Saturday?
And, this Saturday, we're having our 55th reunion.
This coming Saturday?
Yeah.
Not this past Saturday.
No, this Saturday. I can't go Friday night, but Saturday night it's going to be over at John and Shirley Berry's. John Berry was a legend here in Dayton. His dad had Berry and Company, and he had a lot of relatives.
Wait, so this is going to be? I'm a little bit confused. This is going to be this Saturday, or it was the Saturday prior, or the
Saturday.
This Saturday?
The 18th.
The 18th. Yeah. So this Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, what's going to happen the Saturday after?
Nothing. It's just we have this every 10 years, and we're going to get probably a lot of the bands together.
Yeah.
We used to have the Shondells, Ivan and the Sabres.
Now, do you guys, Dick, have gigs lined up every Saturday?
No. We the banjo, due to this convent, we only had one real good performance.
Convent?
That was at, I mean the virus. So
did you just call the virus the convent, Dick?
I meant, well...
No, tell me what you meant.
COVID.
I just wanted to make sure that after a year and a half, you, as a guy who's been out there working in the retail sector, knew what was happening. That, or I didn't want to misunderstand you if you had a gig this Saturday at a nunnery. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding you. You could, conceivably, the Kettering Banjo Society could play a convent, right?
Yeah, but we have more fun. We're getting more performances in the little park on Thursday night in the Strummers. The ukulele group.
So that's wait, because I want to make sure I have my calendar. That's Thursday night.
That's Thursday morning.
Thursday morning you guys play, and then Saturday night you play.
No.
Oh.
Saturday night is the 55th reunion.
The 55th reunion. So that's on Saturday, but Thursday morning you play too.
Yeah, and I play, and then on Monday night.
You're packed, man. So what happens on Friday?
And, guess what else? On Monday night, somebody called me from the Payne Recreation Center here.
Wait a second. So you're trying to tell me you guys are so busy, and I couldn't be happier for you. You're trying to tell me you're so busy. You've got a gig on Thursday morning, on Saturday, and then one on Monday?
Monday, this will be every week up till Christmas. It's called Country Jamboree, and
Country is the way it's. I believe it's pronounced Country Jam.
Country Jam. They have people from Nashville come down, and I think I'm going to meet one of the people come down, and we play for about 3 hours, and they play the old songs like Buck Owens.
Yeah, Buck Owens. You gonna play Hot Dog by Buck Owens? You gonna play Hello Trouble?
Oh, yeah, the one I liked by him was Love's Gonna Live Here.
Yeah, okay.
Love's Gonna Live Here.
I got you.
And a little bit of Folsom Prison Blues I like. And
yep, not his song, but I got you.
From Nashville.
Yep.
This place. He plays Honky Tonk by Bill Doggett.
Now, will the Goats be there through Saturday?
Maybe. And I do have something. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
I think I was kind of done there with.
The
that was a
Goats
lot.
will be here through Saturday, and they're very friendly.
Chances?
From the Manatee County Fair, Linda Carson, ABC7. Would you not eat my pants?
Chances he's still talking though.
Over under, I don't know. But boy, Monday, Friday, Saturday, he's got a lot of gigs.
What's funny though is he says Saturday, but he'll say Monday.
No, he said Monday.
I heard him say Monday too.
He said Monday.
I think he's going back and forth.
I said Monday, and you could be right. I said it, and then he repeated it. Maybe he's so susceptible to suggestion that he said it just because he thought maybe he was being empathetic, and he thought that that's how I pronounced it, and so he didn't want to correct me. Alan, next time Dick calls in, you should just ask him questions about current non-sports related. Oh, trust me, I've tried.
Yeah,
he is on a one-way ticket to somewhere, and it's sports and banjos. I wonder what he and that old lady girlfriend of his talk about. I wonder what they talk about.
She probably doesn't talk a lot, and he probably just talks about his gigs. Man. And then whatever happens at work. But not in like any interesting stories, just like...
Do you think she's lucid?
I got out of my car.
Do you think she's cognizant? I mean, do you think that she's...
I got out of my car.
I walked in, I clocked in, said hi to Jeff, then I said hi to Barry, I said hi to Stephanie.
Stephanie was wearing a green shirt today. She doesn't wear a lot
Then she
of green.
changed into blue shirt because that's the color we wear at Lowe's.
It was just very confusing.
All right. Well, he's got a lot going on there. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You don't have to call us live like Dick likes to do. You can leave a message anytime you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, all. It's Aaron from Cincinnati. That whole discussion the other day about that Applebee's song reminded me of way back, the old Outback Steakhouse commercial, the Let's Go Out Back Tonight. That's literally, they just took an Of Montreal song and changed the lyrics to be about Outback Steakhouse. And I was wondering if Alan would have more respect for this Walker Hayes guy if his actual song was not about Applebee's and they just changed it later and paid him.
It's not a respect issue. I'd never even heard of the guy before. The Applebee's
fine.
thing. Boy, Of Montreal, there's a deep dive. Do you remember those Outback commercials? Let's Go Outback Tonight?
No.
Like
I
15
don't.
years old. That was their marketing campaign, was Let's Go Outback Tonight. And
Toss all your worries in the air, 'cause you'll forget them when you're there. Let's go out back tonight.
Okay, do you remember these?
Go out back tonight.
There's a
The
blooming
steak.
onion and a
Tonight.
steak and whatever, you know. And
That's a weird direction for them to go. Be like, hey, what if we got this band that kind of sounds like the Postal Service?
Well, Of Montreal, yeah, that's what he's saying. He's like, you know, and that's a deep dive, boy. Here's the clip from Of Montreal, a song called, I don't know what the hell it was called, Wraith Pinned to the Mist. Of Montreal is a little too twee for my tastes, but, you know, they do their thing.
Let's pretend we don't exist. Let's pretend we're in Antarctica.
Yeah, so you get what I'm saying, but I mean, it is very simple there. I wish that they would have taken their own advice and pretended they didn't exist. But there it is. So again, I don't know if there was ever any kind of...
Seems like a band you can pretty much ignore, though. Like, they're not constantly being played.
Well, again, they've got their fans, they've got their detractors. But yeah, I don't. I'd much rather listen to a Javelin album if given the choice. But of Montreal, there you go. So yeah, I don't know if they ever got in any kind of legal Donnybrook there, or if Outback Steakhouse decided to whatever. But no, I don't. I didn't care. My point was that I thought that Applebee's commercial was a made-up song. And then when I realized it was not, and it was that guy's who's name-checking Applebee's and stuff on their menu, very specifically, my only point was, obviously, he knew what he was doing, and it's his right to do. It's his song. But it would have been more fun had it been like them going, hey, we really like your song. And he goes, what? Me?
I don't like it when it's the other way around, when these restaurants pander to like hip hop or whatever group they're trying to bring into the restaurant. Like I remember when McDonald's had the whole ba 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 started as like a hip hop, someone beatboxing on the street, and then they were like, ba 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 ba, bitch. And
well,
it was ba ba ba
ba, bitch. I don't know that it went that far, but it is a weird shift to see when fast food chains pivot their marketing to go urban. In marketing speak, they're going for your urban audience. Well, but also it's because they're looking at their statistics and going, okay, these are the demographics that are most using our product. So then you get the Saweetie meal and you get the Kendrick Lamar dinner and whatever, and you end up with ba 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 bitch. Mm-hmm. But I think he's. I'll take that as hyperbole.
See, I know you think Saweetie is cute, but I have not even. She's more commercialized than her music is.
I don't care how commercialized.
But I don't even know what her music is. I've never heard a Doja Cat song or nothing.
Doja Cat's adorable. Saweetie is cute. I don't care.
Like I'm just
don't care how commercialized someone is. We're all commercialized. We're all doing this for commercial purposes. All of us.
But the rappers.
Me, huh?
But the rappers.
Yeah, I can't have a commercial rapper.
Well, you know how rappers have always been more about the music than the money.
More about the music, right?
That.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I don't even know their music before. Like you should bring in the music first. The music.
No. That is what you are experiencing right now is getting older. Oh. You are getting older, and you're not used to it.
I don't.
You're getting See, I disagree with him. I wouldn't even say
crotchety that he's not in tune with what's actually being played today, like what the kids are listening to. He doesn't know who these people are because it's not the music that he listens to, but it is what's hot right now.
But it's so easy to just listen to a song of theirs and go, I do or don't like that song.
Right, but
I didn't
he's
say
not
I didn't
as
like
in
it. I
touch
said I
with
didn't
it.
hear it.
Oh.
That's what Bill
he
means
doesn't
by
hear
him
it. Like
getting
he's not at
older.
the club. He's not in the places where this music's getting played. He's not around people that are going to listen to this music.
Right.
But he is.
But he's not.
I'm right here. I'm not in the club, but I know all these people.
Right, but you're an outlier in this situation because you
seek it out,
and you take the effort to know what's going on with music.
Poundcake. And since you're saying Poundcake takes no effort at all, gotcha. Poundcake, if you need me to help you keep your ear to the streets, you let me know. Just let me know. I'm happy to do it.
Please help.
Okay.
Okay, because
you know, like her one song that kind of blew her up the song went platinum.
Whose?
Saweetie. That Icy Girl song?
No.
Platinum song. Okay.
Yeah, I never heard anything by Saweetie.
But again, that's just a product of your lifestyle right now.
I know Megan Thee Stallion from Hot Girl Summer.
What about Cupcake from Chicago, Illinois?
That was like Hot Girl Summer was 2019.
See, you're just getting older, buddy.
Getting
older. It's fine.
That was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Hot Girl Summer, because this was Hot Vax Summer.
Yes.
Or so they hoped.
Vaxxed and waxed.
Didn't turn out to, right, yeah.
Hey, we're like 70-something%
Yay!
of people that got at least one dose. So there's.
I was reading today with Plain Dealer. It said that, and again, it's so weird how they describe statistics. 1 out of 2 people in most counties in Ohio aren't vaccinated.
50%.
Again, I don't know. I don't know numbers. So you're not into Saweetie.
I didn't say I wasn't into her. She's pretty, but
you haven't sought her music out.
I have not sought her music out, and it's not blaring at me through like Twitter, YouTube, the streams. Bill is, I got to give it to him. He's probably right because none of my friends are reposting songs by Saweetie.
Who are they listening to?
I don't.
Journey.
And your algorithm's not putting it in your face because you're not the demographic, man.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You're in a new age range.
Doja Cat, like I know of her because I know artists that I like Ariana Grande did collaborations with her. But I was like, I don't know no Doja Cat. I know Ariana Grande. I'm not listening to this song by this newcomer.
What about Rico Nasty? You know Rico Nasty? What about Cupcake from Chicago?
Cupcake, I know a song by her. I think it was probably before she was signed because it's really, really dirty.
Yeah, she's like super dirty Lizzo. It's
okay.
Like Cupcake.
Then yes, I know Cupcake because I was
But Lizzo blew up before she did. I mean that figuratively.
I played Cupcake for Erica. She was like, "You can't play this in this office. You'll get in trouble." I was like, "Okay, well, never mind."
How long do you think before Lizzo loses weight?
She won't.
Yes, she
It's her
will.
thing.
Everybody says this is my thing, and then something happens and they lose weight.
I don't think she will. She's way too. She's like.
That's what they say about her. That's what they say about every one of them.
No, she's way more outspoken than Adele or Meghan Trainor.
They all are.
And no, they weren't.
all are.
Not on Lizzo's level. No.
Well,
Lizzo
even
wore
Monique
pants
lost
with
weight.
the butt crack cut out of them.
I'm just saying they all are until they go.
But they're
maybe
not,
it's
though.
time.
Nobody's been on Lizzo's level of
Mary, you're wrong.
recently.
Really?
Missy Elliott lost weight.
Missy
Cameron
Elliott's not
Manheim.
as big as Lizzo.
Missy Elliott. Have you seen her "I Can't Stand the Rain" video?
She was as physically big as Lizzo.
No,
was.
she
was not.
Missy Elliott was not as big as Lizzo.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of big girls who claim that skinny bitches this, skinny bitches that. I'll never be a skinny bitch. And then something happens, the money gets to them. They're like, listen, if you just lose 25 pounds.
I'm not saying she should or will.
You'll get this cover.
I'm curious if.
I don't think she will.
She will.
I think you're probably right. I don't think she will either.
Jennifer Hudson did it.
But it does, again, none of those girls were as big as Lizzo is.
Okay.
They were
as
bigger
outspokenly proud.
Bigger than they wanted to be.
It's marketing.
Well, it is marketing, but you also kind of have to dance with the girl who brung you.
She can't stay big forever and be unhealthy to satisfy our needs.
Listen, she play the hell out of that flute. I don't know how she... I'm serious. Like, you watch an old Blues Traveler video of John Popper before he lost all the weight. I'm like, how does this guy not fall over? You know, the joke used to be, like, you buy a Blues Traveler ticket, you're possibly buying a ticket to their very last show because he's going to keel over on stage. He lost a lot of weight, but he's a big dude, and he's blowing that harp. I'm like, wow. So if she can do that all on that flute,
yeah,
God bless. And I'm just curious if after a while, after that initial, oh, isn't that cool? She's big and proud and beautiful. After that kind of wears off because new people come along, and she's 24.
No, she's in her 30s.
I was like, I thought she was my age.
Lizzo is in her 30s.
I must be still on the Cupcake thing.
That's what I'm saying. She got
33.
Yeah.
She got a few good years to keep that cholesterol, and then they were like, listen, you moving, you're touring, you're being healthy. You can't just be like this and sustain this weight.
Well, that's why that's why I asked.
Out of touch guy.
The what?
I'm with the out of touch guy that doesn't know what's going on with the youth.
The grandpa.
But see, I have heard Lizzo's music though, so I give myself credit for that. I do know her music.
Yeah, everybody knows Lizzo now.
Again, that was also
She
like
popped in like
4 years
2018,
ago.
2017 maybe.
Nevertheless, all I'm saying is nobody got to tour over the last year. So I don't know if she's doing Riot Fest this month or something. She's doing something. But I'm just thinking of it in terms of invariably women who are of sizable carriage and are out there performing. Usually they go, I don't want to be carrying this around anymore.
Yeah.
It's tough to do. It's hard to do.
That's what I'm saying. She will lose the weight. And like as outspoken as she is, she has to be confident about it, but she will blame it on when she finally does lose weight. She'll say, I had to be healthy. My big girl lifestyle wasn't sustainable anymore. And people, they can't question her health. They don't know what's going on with her health. So they'll be like, okay, Lizzo.
That Gabourey Sidibe did the same thing when she was in Precious, and then she was getting acting roles. And she's like, I'm proud and I'm huge and I'm engaged and blah, blah, blah. And then she had that surgery.
The girl from
And
Pitch
she's
Perfect.
like, I love my body now.
Rebel Wilson.
Rebel Wilson looks
Rebel-
fabulous.
okay,
But again, Rebel Wilson was
was
not Lizzo.
And she wasn't like...
She's Rig.
Gabourey Sidibe was closer to Lizzo. I'm just saying that at some point, to a person, they go, I don't like this anymore.
Rebel Wilson and Adele and all these people were like, yes, I'm comfortable in my body, I'm in my skin. They were not in your face like Lizzo is. Lizzo is F you, I am what I am.
You're right.
If you don't like it, go, you know.
You're right. But you're not held to that. You can change your mind at any time, and plenty of people do.
No, 100%. But what I'm saying is that someone like Rebel Wilson, who was just kind of like, yeah, I'm comfortable in my body, whatever. And when she loses weight, it's not against anybody like you're saying that like people are gonna have backlash or whatever.
My biggest complaint with Rebel Wilson in those stories is I can't do the stone to pounds conversion.
I think it's 14. I think a stone is like 14 pounds
right.
or 10 pounds, something like that.
I've got to take a break. You want to get a text 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Double.
question. Our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live there? Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Did the Indians win that first one?
I know it's over.
Yeah, it is over. They're doing a doubleheader tonight. 7:40 is the second of two that you'll hear here on WMMS. That is when your pregame will begin.
They won. They did win.
There you go. Sorry, the game is 7:40 tonight. 7:05 shortly after we're out of here. 7:05 is when your pregame will begin. First pitch at 7:40. Second of three against the Minnesota Twins at Target Field. Sorry, what was the final there?
3-1, I believe.
3-1. Okay, there you go. 9 innings, 3-1. And there you go. They were hoping for a little bit of a boost in morale after getting swept by the Brewers over the weekend. And all this week I'll have tickets for you for not only one, but two of the Indians' final home games. Next Wednesday night, they're going to play the Royals. And then the second to last home game of the Indians era on Saturday the 25th against the White Sox. Somebody sent me a quote, a Norm Macdonald quote on battles with cancer. I'm pretty sure I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure if you die, the cancer dies at the same time. That's not a loss, that's a draw.
It's true.
So there you go. His thoughts. You know, we did lose another person who was very important to me as a young lad. I suspect all three of you will be too young to remember. Don Collier. Don Collier died. He was 92 years old, and he came up doing Westerns. And so he was a perfect fit for when I was a kid for a character called the Gum Fighter. I was probably in 3rd or 4th grade, where the chewing gum world was rocked by a brand new kind of gum called Hubba Bubba Bubble Gum.
Hubba Baloo.
Not the Hubba Baloo of Poundcake's dreams. Hubba Bubba Bubble Gum. And it came in a couple of flavors, but the hook with Hubba Bubba was that you could blow huge bubbles, and there was something in it that was, it was a little gooier so it wouldn't stick to your face. I don't know what they added to it, but I immediately became a Hubba Bubba acolyte, and the commercials at the time were set as Westerns, but the guy was the Gum Fighter, not the Gunfighter, and he and some guy in a black cowboy hat would blow bubbles at each other, right? And whoever's bubble popped was the loser, of course. And Don Collier was the Gum Fighter. I saw this guy in commercials. He was on the back of comic books as the Gum Fighter. They used to have bubblegum ads on the back of Marvel and DC comic books. And Don Collier, 92 years old, the Gum Fighter, has chewed his last, as it were.
He's a-coming! He's a-coming! There's gonna be a gunfight!
There's a brand new bubble gum in town named Hubba Bubba. It's soft, juicy, and delicious. Best of all, Hubba Bubba lets you blow great, big, fat bubbles that won't stick to your face.
Big bubbles, no troubles. You have a bubble gum.
There was Don Collier, the Gum Fighter. Big bubbles, no troubles. He wanted to assure you on both fronts that not only would you have big bubbles, you would also have no troubles. You might have 99 troubles, but a sticky bubble gum ain't one. That's right. 7 innings. I'm sorry. It's a double header today.
Oh, that's
Thank
right.
you.
They're doing
Devotion,
7
accuracy.
innings, yeah.
7 innings.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Was that someone's stomach?
That was my stomach.
Ooh.
I have some chicken and rice and vegetables. If you
I'm
would
just
like
fine.
It.
No, thank you.
Are you starving? What's going on with you?
I'm never starving. No.
Are you farting?
I was not farting. That was all confined to my lower gastrointestinal system.
Which is where the farts begin.
That is where they begin. I will certainly cop to that. But no, nothing got out. Oh, by the way, he's not dead, and I'm so happy about it. Jeff Bridges has put out a statement that he is in remission. They announced a while ago that Jeff Bridges was diagnosed with lymphoma, and then he got a really bad case of COVID at the hospital where he was getting chemo. So Jeff Bridges has not had an easy time, but he said that his cancer is in remission. He had a 9 to 12-inch mass at one point.
Good for him. Why would it vary in size so much?
He said, well, he's a shower, not a grower.
Attention or not.
And it's shrunk down to the size of a marble. He's over COVID. He said, COVID kicked my ass pretty good. But I'm double vaccinated and feeling much better. I heard the vaccine can help folks with long haulers. Maybe that's the cause of my quick improvement. So he's working. They've been running promos. I don't know if this kicked it down the road or if it's already all done. He's got this show on FX coming called The Old Man. There's another.
Is that you
Yeah,
still?
that's my stomach.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. What, your stomach never makes noises?
No, ours do all the time. We're just not used to it.
Oh, yeah, well,
you.
it's currently making a little bit of noise.
Are you starving? You're so hungry. You gotta.
Why does a noise in someone's stomach imply that they're starving?
It means that because it is gurgling, like, hey, I would like to be filled.
But aren't you guys always eating? And you just said your stomachs are always gurgling.
My stomach doesn't gurgle. My throat
Your
gurgles.
neck gurgles.
Because I drink a lot of Red Bull or soda pop or carbonated
I had
beverages.
too much soda pop.
I had caffeine for the first time in almost 2 months.
Were you wired?
You relapsed.
Yeah, I relapsed.
Were you up all night?
No, I had it Sunday morning because I drove back from West Virginia that night and was pretty tired that morning, but I had a big day ahead of me, and I had a cup of coffee with my sister, and man, it hits so different after you have. I wasn't jittery, but it was like as soon as I started drinking, I'm like, ooh, I feel the effects of this. Like I don't think I've actually felt the effects of caffeine in a long time.
Yeah, because you get used to it for a while.
But it was just, I was like, I feel like I just did a line.
You're like, this works.
Yeah.
Wow. No, typically when your stomach is making noises, it means it is empty. Which would mean
Is that a medical fact?
If your stomach is making...
I've eaten once today.
Yeah, but that's not enough food.
It's not?
No!
I think people overestimate how much food they need.
I think you have a weird complex with food.
I don't.
I think you do.
I don't.
But that's okay.
I just know how much food I need. And I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people think they need more food than they need.
Well, I do know that you're not supposed to consume less than 1,100 calories a day.
I don't have less than 1,100 calories a day. I don't think. Depends on what you're eating.
What was your one meal that you ate?
I had my salad with tuna in it.
That's probably 300 calories.
Well, then I'll
Maybe
have to have
4 or
700
5
calories
with
at dinner
yes,
tonight.
But you're not gonna. You
I don't
eat
know.
like that.
I'm meeting a friend for dinner that I haven't seen in a long, long time, and so maybe I'll have something. You're right. Today I'm not going to get to 1,100 calories.
If you're going out for dinner, you probably will.
Yeah. You think he's gonna reach for the bread? This guy?
Not going to reach for the bread. Well, once in a while.
Well, where are you guys going? That'll be a different.
I'll have a piece. I haven't figured it out yet.
He ends up at the Olive Garden. You're gonna have
No.
bread.
We're going to be downtown. He's in town for work.
I didn't think you were.
You haven't gone to the Olive Garden downtown yet.
Oh, the downtown Olive Garden.
They converted an old bank.
Oh, as long as they'll make sure I feel like family.
Why can't our bank stay in business?
You can get a boat of gravy of Alfredo sauce.
You only need one bank in this town, and I think Key Bank's probably got it squared away. No, I don't know if that growling, that gurgling, my stomach's usually gurgling, so I don't know if that's indicative of anything.
It means that you don't eat enough food.
Is that true?
Yes. Your stomach doesn't just, unless you have other stuff going on, like you have gas and things
No, but
like
I mean,
that,
I'm sure your he's a vegetarian, so they're always kicking up some bubbles.
Not
So,
really. Well,
really?
not that I notice.
Well,
He's not a
vegetarians
particularly gassy
fart
person.
all the time if they're eating what they say they're eating.
I mean, I told you last week he's not the best vegetarian.
He's
not.
He's a vegetarian, but he only eats beef, chicken, and pork.
Correct.
But those cows and pigs and chickens all ate plants. So it's
kind
just
of, they're plant-based.
Well, I will say this. I guess that I do what would amount to be what people are calling intermittent fasting. That's just how I eat.
Okay.
Is I don't eat breakfast. So I will either eat breakfast or dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So normally I'll eat between noon and 8.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll eat, if I'm going to have dinner, I'll eat right when I get home.
Yeah.
But we're on the air during that time. So I'll have lunch and then like a little bit of dinner, but I don't eat much. I don't eat much other than that.
Well, I'm typically when a stomach makes a noise like that, I think you either have some gas going on, which you got to let out.
But
or
I feel
you
like
are
have any more hot
hungry.
dogs?
But is that true, or is that like a cartoony
What
type
else would
thing?
it be?
I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor either, so
Which is why I'm skeptical.
I'm going to speak. Wait a
This
second.
whole time,
We're both
neither
not
of you were
doctors.
doctors.
You just told him he had cancer 2 segments ago.
I didn't tell him he had anything.
WebMD did. And then you confirmed it.
I said I was sorry. No, that's all I'm saying is that anything I've experienced with stomach noises are usually an empty stomach. Like, hello, I would like some attention. Please give me food. Like a little, like your belly is being Oliver Twist right now. He goes, please, sir, may I have some more?
But I don't feel hungry. I don't ever feel hungry.
You do know that you are supposed to eat to prevent hunger, not when you are hungry.
My body will tell me when I'm hungry.
You are supposed to eat so that you don't get hungry.
But I'm never hungry.
You are supposed to eat to prevent hunger,
But
not
I'm never
once you
hungry.
get hungry. Okay.
Is what I'm saying. I mean, what am I missing here?
Maybe you are hungry, but you're not recognizing that you're hungry.
Because your stomach's, if it's always making noises
I
like
just
that.
gotta point out, I am also not a doctor.
So Cody's the only one with a medical degree on the show. Is that what we're saying?
Since you got your degree and you know everything. Yeah. No, my mom has a medical. I mean, she has her degree. She's not a doctor.
Alan, stomach growling occurs as food, liquid, and gas go through the stomach and small intestine. It's a normal part of digestion. There is nothing in the stomach to muffle these sounds, so they can be noticeable. Among the causes are hunger, incomplete digestion, or indigestion. Well, I don't ever have indigestion. I don't have acid reflux or anything like that. I never wake up with
outdigestion.
Outdigestion I've had a couple of times, yes. I'll wake up and there'll be a skid in the sheets, and that's okay. Alan, the two eating my feelings people are telling you that you have a strange food complex.
I didn't say he does.
I absolutely did, and I'll stand by it. I've never said it before, but your eating habits concern me sometimes.
Oh, really?
They do.
I think that's sweet that you're concerned.
It does.
Do I look malnourished?
You don't look malnourished.
Do I look disheveled?
No, you don't look disheveled. You don't look malnourished. But from an outsider looking in, I think that you don't have as healthy of a relationship with food as you think that you do.
I don't know anything about that. You might be right. All I'm saying is I feel like I am pretty good at listening to my body.
And that's great. And that's not something from the outside looking in that I would be able to tell. So
Now
that's why I've never said anything before.
If I know that if it's a Friday at the end of the week, if we get, let's say we get Marco's, and I'll get a thin crust pizza, I will eat all of it.
Yes.
That's once a week.
Yeah, that's okay.
But I don't ever feel hungry. I eat because I go, well, I can't not eat at all today because it'll screw up. I need to concentrate, Right. I mean, I think more about that than my stomach. So I don't want to throw myself off that way, but I don't ever feel like we live in America. We can eat whenever we want.
Correct.
Right. So I'm not...
For now, right?
I mean...
The way things are going with
Once you start getting these lunchtime passports.
My food passport says.
Yeah.
That's just how white folks will do you.
Our people are protesting about that, yet at schools are like, oh, my kid wants to eat now, but his lunch is until 12:30.
He's got C lunch, but he's an A student. Joe in Philly.
Yo, what up, guys?
What's going on, Joe?
I was going to get something to eat, but I wasn't farting yet, so I didn't think I was hungry enough to eat something, so it just...
Well, Joe, I thought you were calling because you were a wrestler, I was a wrestler, but I never had to worry about making weight. I never had to cut weight. I never had to do laps around the school wearing sweatsuits and a garbage bag.
Spit into a Gatorade
Yeah,
bottle.
I never had to do that, so I don't have any... I know a lot of wrestlers who that's where they develop their food disorders is having to cut weight quickly or any kind of athlete. I never had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I unfortunately developed an eating disorder when I was younger, but, as you get older, you realize, oh, I don't need to shove my face with all of this food immediately after I work out. You just eat normal, sensible meals, and you can live a healthy lifestyle and still work out and be fit. But I just find it humorous that Mary is very concerned about your inner workings and the sounds that you're making and then saying that you have some sort of unhealthy relationship with food.
This from a woman who, as I recall, didn't poop for a week.
Well, that's what I know my body better than you do. There was a time in my life where my bowels were very inconsistent.
Inconsistent? That's what a nice face on inconsistent.
I started eating cheese, and it's all been solved.
Look it up on WebMD. Cancer.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, boy. Okay, listen, Joe, thank you, man.
Yeah,
all right, what am I thanking him for?
I'm not saying that you have an eating disorder.
No,
I'm
listen.
just saying that it...
I'm not offended. I think it's nice that you were concerned.
I do get concerned
I appreciate
sometimes because
that.
sometimes when you talk about food and you're like, oh, that's not healthy, or I don't touch that, or I can't believe you eat so much, or you do this, or you do that. I think it is also possible to go too far the other way sometimes, which is where I see you go.
But I don't think I go that far the other way. I'm drinking a Mountain Dew.
I understand.
All right, so
I understand.
easily, I'm not.
There's his 1,100 calories.
I was going to say,
you're
you were
right.
worried about my caloric intake? There's 290 in this friggin' thing.
Right, I understand. I think... Do you want me to analyze you? From an outsider
Be
looking
my
in?
guest. I can't analyze myself. That's why I pay people.
I think that you are you are proud of your appearance, and
I wouldn't go that far.
But not.
Look
maybe,
at this fat face. You think I'm missing any meals?
Not maybe necessarily. You get what I'm saying? Is that you are not someone who I could see becoming overweight,
right?
And I think that you are. I don't like the word vain because I think
I am vain.
It has negative connotations, and I don't mean it that way.
I didn't get into this business to be on camera every day, but here I am.
But I think
and you look great.
I think that
because of your vainness.
No, that's why I said I don't like that word because it has negative connotations.
Hey, whatever it is.
I think that
when I was learning to be a doctor, they didn't teach me all these words.
They didn't teach him vanity.
Yeah.
That's the thing where girls put their makeup on.
Vanity. I'm stupid.
No, that's it. That I think you might be more restrictive than you notice. I think you might restrict yourself
Maybe.
a little bit more than you maybe need to.
But I eat when I'm hungry.
And that's okay. It only came up because your belly made noises.
No, I understand.
all.
No, I understand.
Yeah, that's it. It just, and I will be the first one, and I have admitted that I've had an incredibly unhealthy relationship with food. I go through phases where I'm doing whatever the hell I want. I'm eating like a raccoon, and then get it together, start counting my macros and eating the right part of protein and working out again. And I am not coming off. I hope I'm not coming off like I'm trying to tell you what to do or how to live your life.
Listen, we've had these conversations before. They're usually just not focused on my lower intestine. That's all. That's okay. Hey, listen.
First time I heard. I just want.
Hopefully
want you to be healthy.
Hey, thanks.
I just want you to live forever.
Oh, I'll just go have a meatball hoagie after this.
I think you should eat more butter. That's all I think. You need more butter in your diet.
People putting butter in their coffee. Oh, Christ.
Yes.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text 35192.
Sandwiches.
believe there's no such thing as a coincidence.
Very difficult to believe.
So our plan for you to hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. We'll be back here tomorrow. Do it all over again around 2 o'clock. What do you have coming up, William?
This Saturday, I'm going to be at Legends in Parma on Day Drive. And if you come out and play some Home Run Derby on the iPad with me, you can win tickets to an upcoming Tribe game. And if you mention this key phrase or keyword, you get an extra little prize. And that keyword is balls.
Yeah.
This is a baseball.
Oh.
Oh.
Balls.
Well, that's fun then.
And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out the Bill Squire Show on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts.
I like Legends. That's a fun spot.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I used to do
It's gonna be a
appearances
good
there a
time.
lot.
1 p.m.
1 p.m. On Saturday?
Saturday.
Mary Lynn?
I will be back in the St. Louis area this weekend, so if you missed me the first time and you're near O'Fallon, Missouri, come on out to Backdoor Comedy at Events. Information's on my social media, so just go ahead and go to Instagram, Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter, Mary_Santora.
Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody be on Twitter and Instagram. And new, it's Tuesday, so new Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, good. Thanks, guys. You can find me out there at Alan Cox Show. Twitter, Instagram, Cameo, all that. The Cox Out pregame parties are back. I'm very excited. They start this Sunday morning, 2 hours before kickoff, for all of your Browns home games this season. Come down and hang. So 10:30 to kick off this Sunday morning. We do it at the Ivy, which is right downtown, West 6th and Lakeside, with Bud Light. And we'll have stuff for you to win, and it's going to be a good time. So I can't wait to get back down there. So if you're partying pre-game, come by the Ivy Sunday morning and say hi. Otherwise, this show available on the iHeartRadio app. Week in Cox is available as a podcast now as well at that same app. If you want to watch the show, you can. Live stream is at The Alan Cox Show on YouTube. And if you need to leave us a message anytime, you can. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. And that's it. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Tribe game, the second of two in Minneapolis, a little bit later on 7.